updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Disappointing start to the mega cap earnings season, and that has stocks selling off today. You have Treasury yields falling. Speculation the Fed is going to cut rates soon. Tesla reporting another profit miss, postponing the unveiling of the autonomous taxi. As a result, you have Tesla shares right now worst performing the S&P 500, down close to 11%. Then there's the Alphabet earnings story. Spending higher than analysts expected there. Shares of Alphabet down 4.6% in trading. As tech earnings do roll in, Dan Ives at Wedbush Securities says the AI story is only just getting started.
And I think that's how this AI story is going to play out. This is going to be a 2-3 year run in terms of what we see for tech. And that's why many, I think, are just starting to see, as this AI revolution plays out, Google another validation for what we're seeing.
So he's still optimistic. Right now, the NASDAQ 100 down 528 points, a decline of 2.7%. The S&P 500 91 points lower. That's down 1.7%. The Dow 351 points lower. The Russell 2000 down, but down just 0.25%. And then the data we saw, among the data, government saying new home sales falling for a second month in June. More evidence interest rates and home prices continue to weigh on the real estate market. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, John Tucker, thanks very much. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies in 130 industries worldwide, and one of them is Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence senior technology analyst, who joins us now. And there is a lot to get through. I do want to start with CrowdStrike, though, because we learned a couple things. One, CrowdStrike says, oops, that bug went through. We've now fixed the thing that made the bug that went through last Friday. And also, we've seen analysts start to talk about Delta and how much money they had to pay out to customers. And there's some big numbers, like $500 million. And I'm wondering, at some point, Delta's going to come knocking on CrowdStrike's door to get that money back. What do you think of all that?
Yeah, I think being a small software company is going to be a problem to, when the bills start coming in, and it's going to be a long legal fight. And which is why we think in the long run, companies like Microsoft and Amazon could capitalize on this. Because again, if you are a CIO or the board, who do you want to deal with going forward? A small software company or a giant behemoth like Amazon or Microsoft?
Can you explain to me what CrowdStrike does? Why do I have to pay attention to a $3 billion market cap company? $60 billion market cap company, because boy, they are in the news.
Yeah, so Paul, at the end of the day, they install software for endpoint devices. So endpoint devices such as PCs, they help you protect. To think about it, in the olden days, it was McAfee's antivirus.
Yep.
Now, this is a far more sophisticated version of it. Microsoft has its own version of the product, but CrowdStrike is supposed to be the best of breed point product in this case. And given it wants to work on different devices, Microsoft has let them have access to their operating system. And I think that's where a lot of, what went wrong over there. So that's really CrowdStrike's core business. It has been very popular. It is, as I said, best of breed, which is what, gets them that market cap.
So does Microsoft bear any of the responsibility here, or is it really just CrowdStrike just not having the right filter for the bug?
Well, Microsoft shouldn't have allowed them to drop any file they needed into the operating systems. There should have been checks and procedures around it, and I think that's what's going to happen. But at the same time, Microsoft and other large tech companies, and I think Apple may do the same thing, and say, hey, listen, this is one of the reasons we don't want to open our platforms or our operating systems to third-party companies, but regulators are forcing us to do it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun going back and forth as to who blames who. But in the end, we think the large platform companies may come ahead in this battle.
So, Alex, I'm not sure if you knew that in addition to being senior technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, Anurag is also my personal shopper when it comes to mobile phones.
I actually did know this.
So, Anurag, I'm sporting the Apple 11, but it's really starting to not work a lot, not pair up with a lot of things. Should I buy a new phone when the new one comes out in September?
Yeah, I think you should, only because I think your battery life and storage is going to be far better. And then in the next iteration of it, in the next 12 months, more applications will come in. That's going to make your life a lot more productive with a lot of these AI features that are being inbuilt.
He's implying that I'm not very productive with that.
He may be doing just that.
But I think what we heard yesterday from news reports that Apple may be looking into foldable phones, that to me is a much more exciting news over the next 3 years. Now, that's not going to have any impact near term. This is something of a 2027 story right now, because Apple's never
phone is coming back.
Flip phones are cool again. My mom has a flip phone, apparently.
Well, he didn't say flip phone. He said foldable.
I know, but isn't that what we're looking at?
But I would suggest, if you get a chance, please look at the foldable by Samsung. It's a beautiful device. I mean, it's really nice. Part of the reasons what we have read is that Microsoft or Apple hasn't done this because so far it's going to be a thick phone. And the news article yesterday suggested that they have kind of solved that problem. I think that change in the form factor, I mean, what we have had in our hands over the last 5-10 years has been pretty much the same. I think that's going to shake up the refresh cycle, which for the last 3 to 4 years we have only seen getting longer, which means people are keeping the phones much longer in their hands. I think it's one of the more fun upgrades whenever it comes for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Paul's really old phone right now. So, yes, that is true. We also get IBM after the bell today. What should we be watching for? Is Old Blue cool?
No, not yet. I mean, there's a long wait for them to do that. But at the same time, they have acquired a bunch of software companies in the last few years. I think that's really smart strategy from them to pivot to more software-related revenue. So I think they're going to get a little bit of acquisition boost over there. But at the same time, we are in the midst of absolute slowdown in enterprise tech budgets that are not AI related. So your legacy workloads. So I think there should be, there could be some slowdown in consulting related work, but that could be offset by some of the acquisition related growth that they may see on the software vertical.
Anurag, looking at the trading of Google, and we spoke to your partner Mandeep Singh earlier from Bloomberg Intelligence, and it's almost like the street's saying, I'm kind of tired of all this CapEx spending here. What are you taking away from that?
I personally think it's more of a rotation of sectors than there. I mean, I think people are using any excuse to sell off big tech right now. Google results were phenomenal. I mean, in every shape or form you look at it, the cloud numbers and the AI numbers, I mean, everything it tells us things are out there. The CapEx story, we know it's going to be strong or it's going to be big for these guys because they need to build capacity for these workloads. But my judgment says that this is more so that, the Big Seven has had a very good run over the last 1.5 to 2 years. They're just taking a pause over here.
I'm just looking at the stock for IBM. It's down by 0.3% today, but it has had a pretty solid run, probably the last couple months. It did have a drop though in April, but it's sort of recovered mostly. What do you think the stock is primed for today?
I think what you really want to hear, or what we really want to hear from the company, is whether their free cash flow guidance goes up and what are they going to do with that free cash flow. In our personal view, they really need to accelerate more investing in terms of buying more software companies, because there has to be a time where IBM needs to get out of this 4-5% growth rate story into more of the 7-8 and potentially someday into the 10% growth story. Because if you're a tech company, you're only growing 4-5%, that's not too exciting for us. Let's look at somebody like an SAP. They're going through this big transition, and for the first time, I would say in that I can remember, they touched that 10% growth mark. And that changes the complexion of the story, both on a valuation side and their future.
All right, Anurag, thanks a lot. We super appreciate it. I know it's been a busy day for you. Anurag Rana, a Bloomberg Intelligence, a senior technology analyst, joining us on that. It's going to be interesting to see after the bell.
Joining us from the underreported, little appreciated tech hub of Chicago, Illinois.
I always forget that he's in Chicago.
Exactly.
But that's not really a tech hub. He just happens to live there.
I'm just making fun of his perch in Chicago.
As Paul does. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk about caring earnings.
Who?
John Tucker.
Oh.
This is luxury. We're
Gucci.
talking Bottega Veneta, Gucci, Saint Laurent.
Caring or curing? I'm thinking the coffee maker.
Not the coffee maker.
Okay.
But we appreciate the question. We're going to delve into that. Their earnings just crossing right now. This is Bloomberg. Happy Wednesday.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker with a look at some of the company headlines we're following. Facebook parent company Meta removed 63,000 accounts in Nigeria. These are linked to scammers who are using the social media service to blackmail targets after soliciting intimate photos. The company, which also owns Instagram and WhatsApp, says it's deleted thousands of additional accounts, pages, and groups that were sharing scripts on how to blackmail and sexually extort users. This mass removal taking place 6 weeks after a Bloomberg Businessweek story on the rapid rise of financial sextortion in the U.S. The crime involves scammers posing as teenage girls on Instagram or Snapchat to coerce their targets into sending them nude photos. Those explicit images are then used to blackmail the targets. GE Vernova plans to reinspect every offshore wind turbine blade the company has ever produced. They found a problem at the factory that supplied the component that broke this month at a project that's under construction. The company facing scrutiny after one of the massive blades fell into the ocean July 13th at the project in Massachusetts. Debris actually continues to wash ashore following the incident south of Martha's Vineyard and actually temporarily closed beaches on Nantucket Island. Never a good thing in the middle of the summer. Former NFL quarterback Colin Kaepernick launching a new AI startup. According to the Journal, this aims to give access and opportunity to storytellers who found the media and publishing industry difficult to break into. Lumi Story AI plans to use AI capabilities to give aspiring creators tools they might otherwise not have access to. Yeah, that is a look at some of the company news that we're following for you today.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Paul Sweeney, Alex Steele, John Tucker. We are broadcasting to you live from the Interactive Broker Studio right here in the probably rainy Midtown Manhattan. We bring you up-to-date news with world and national news, and for that, we go to Michael Barr. Michael?
Thank you very much, Alex. Paul, John, FBI Director Christopher Wray is testifying before Congress following the attempted assassination of former President Trump. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan opened today's hearing saying many questions remain unanswered about security failures that led to the shooting.
Why was the president's security detail denied requests for extra resources? Why weren't all the buildings secured? There were a finite number of buildings that needed to be secured. Why wasn't that done? Why was the president allowed to walk out on the stage when there was a suspicious person?
Jordan also questioned the FBI's ability to conduct a quick and transparent investigation. Yesterday, Kimberly Cheadle resigned as chief of the U.S. Secret Service. Kamala Harris says the 2024 race is now a contest between a vision for the future versus one focused on the past in her first campaign rally as a presidential candidate. Bloomberg Government's Jonathan Tamari reports it's a message Democrats are eager to send after President Biden's disastrous debate performance last month.
They needed to shift the narrative. This race had become all about President Joe Biden and his age, and that was a losing formula for Democrats. And it was about what Biden had done previously and not what he was going to do in the future. And now they've kind of turned that on its head by Harris coming in. She's 59. She's much younger than Biden, much younger than Trump. And Trump is now the person who's been on a ballot 3 times in a row, and that Democrats are going to argue is looking backwards instead of looking forwards.
Bloomberg Government's John Tamari in Washington. Harris's next campaign stop will be in Indianapolis today. Meanwhile, Donald Trump will campaign in Charlotte, North Carolina. Benjamin Netanyahu delivers a highly anticipated speech in Washington today. After speaking to a joint meeting of Congress, the Israeli Prime Minister will meet with President Biden at the White House tomorrow and travel to Mar-a-Lago Friday to meet with former President Trump. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Alex, John.
All right, thanks so much, Michael Barr. So back to Kering. So this company houses Bottega Veneta, Gucci, you name it, they have it. Alexander McQueen, for example. I'm just reading some of them here. This is really just for John Tucker to let him know what's going on. But this very much follows the pattern what we saw from LVMH. We also have seen it from Richemont, some of the luxury watchmakers. So Kering has warned that its profit is set to tumble in the second half of the year as luxury demand is cooling, and the turnaround efforts at Gucci, its biggest brand, are continuing to sputter. So part of that's idiosyncratic with Gucci, but the other is a broader issue. They already warned of an issue of an earlier profit warning in April because of weak demand. Guess what? Guess where? Particularly in China. And tomorrow we get Hermes after the closing bell over in Europe. That's going to be really interesting because Hermes has been the one that has been
Hermes?
okay.
I thought it was Hermes or Hermes. Hermes. Is it Hermes?
But the people out
It's
in
Hermes.
Pittsburgh, except for the Hermes, and then the asset management is Hermes.
Yeah, so Hermes is like the
Yeah,
Greek
asset
god
management.
or messenger?
I am a Hermes tie guy.
Okay.
That's my connection. When I did wear ties, I was a Hermes tie guy. But I'm looking at Kering. Stock down 4.5% today. 52-week low here today, down 25% year to date, 41% over the trailing 12 months. So this company's got a $37 billion market cap company, but wow, really a lot of headwinds from I think that China, you know, what I've heard from Deb Aiken, who follows luxury for Bloomberg Intelligence from day one, she's like, as China goes, so goes luxury.
Which is why Hermes is going to be so interesting tomorrow because they have bucked that trend. So if they also come out with the same kind of warnings that LVMH as well as Kering has, that's going to be even dicier. And I should point out the ADR of Kering here in the U.S. It's trading for some weird reason. The ticker is PPRUY. U.S. equity down 8%. So when it opens up tomorrow, it's going to be pretty dicey.
Because luxury had been holding in there.
Totally, yes.
Totally, yeah.
And 2021 had a huge rally on reopening trends that just did not actually materialize. Anyway, that wraps it up for me, Paul Sweeney, and John Tucker. Have a great Wednesday. Coming up, Balance of Power with Kaylee Lyons right now.
world of politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It is another busy day in Washington. Welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons in for Joe Matthew. As the schedule is stacked today at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we're awaiting an address to a joint session of Congress from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Then at 8 p.m., a primetime address from President Joe Biden as he speaks to the nation from the Oval Office about his decision to exit the presidential race. We're going to have much more this hour as Kamala Harris's campaign is technically in its third full day. Cliff Young of Ipsos is going to be here with us alongside our political panel of Jeannie Shanzano and Lester Munson today. First, though, it's also a pretty busy day on Wall Street, and an ugly one at that. Charlie Pellet has a look in New York. Charlie, down nearly 3% on the NASDAQ 100. What's going on?
Indeed. Let's go ahead and get right to the numbers. We got fast-moving markets here, Kaylee, and yes, we'll quantify it in terms of percentages. You say ugly, I say the S&P down 1.7%. No difference there with the S&P right now at 5460, down 95 points. We got NASDAQ now trading lower by 504 points. That is a correct quote. We've got NASDAQ down 503 right now, down 2.8%. The NASDAQ 100 index down 2.8%. And the Dow now trading lower by 325 points, down by 0.8%. Kaylee asked what's going on, all about earnings. Case in point, Tesla stock plunging 10.5%. Alphabet now plunging by 5.2%. Your 10-year, 4.22%, with a 2-year right now, 4.38%. Spot gold up $14 the ounce, up 0.6%, $24.24 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil, WTI, up 1.2%, $77.85 for a barrel of WTI. Presidential politics, earnings, lots going on, but don't also forget that we've got that Fed meeting next week. Former New York Fed President and Bloomberg opinion columnist William Dudley is calling for lowering borrowing costs, perhaps at next week's gathering. Kaylee Cox is Chief Market Strategist at Ritz-Holt Wealth Management.
I think the Fed has time to wait, and this Fed is very measured. They like to give you a hint before we actually see any kind of big rate switch or, rate move coming. So I wouldn't be shocked if they waited until September. I think they have the breathing room to do that. But with where inflation is now, or inflation data that we're seeing, I wouldn't be surprised if they went ahead and did the thing in July.
Callie Cox of Ritz-Holt Wealth Management. Again, back to earnings. Tesla reporting another quarter of disappointing profits. We've got Tesla shares plunging 10%. Rival Rivian down now by 6.1%. And Alphabet shares are lower after the Google parent sunk more resources into its drive to outmatch rivals in artificial intelligence. Alphabet shares down now by 5.1%. IBM coming up after the close of trading. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 95, down 1.8%. That NASDAQ quote bears worth repeating, down 508, down now by 2.8%. Lots going on. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Here she is, solo. Kaylee Cox. We've got Kaylee Lyons.
Kaylee Lyons, Callie Cox, a lot of voices here on Bloomberg today, including the voice of Charlie Pellet. Thank you so much, Charlie. Keeping on top of what is a pretty incredible day in the markets. We'll continue to check on those for you as it's a lot of red on the screen, at least in equities. But of course, on this program, on Balance of Power, we also keep an eye on politics. And it's going to be a very big day, an especially big day for President Joe Biden as he prepares to do what he promised he would when he put out that statement announcing he was no longer seeking re-election this past weekend. Address the nation from the Oval Office about his decision. But this may not just be about his decision to leave the race. It also could be about his legacy, what he wants to continue to accomplish while he's still sitting in that office. And of course, it might be a little bit about his vice president and now presumptive Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris, as well. So as we look ahead to this primetime address, Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian, a White House correspondent for us, is here with me in Washington. Jordan, obviously it's going to be a very big moment for the president. Do we have any idea what exactly it is, first and foremost, that he wants to say?
The only hint that we have is from that Twitter post that he put up saying it's about what he plans to do in this final months in office and the road ahead, whatever that means. And what I would take it to mean is, look, this is a legacy-affirming speech for Joe Biden. One-term presidents aren't usually viewed as consequential figures in the U.S., and so this is a chance for him to talk about everything he did and also what he plans to accomplish with his remaining months in office, like maybe a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war, and also talk about the election and Kamala Harris as handpicked successor.
Well, as you talk about the Israel-Hamas war, it is worth pointing out that the other big event today, in addition to Biden's speech, is Netanyahu's speech before a joint session of Congress. We know that Biden and Netanyahu will be meeting tomorrow. Is there a sense that he's going to be diminished in terms of the leverage he will hold over the Israeli government now that he has effectively made himself a lame duck? He is only going to be a one-term president. Does that change his ability to maneuver here as he pushes for a ceasefire?
I think it's hard not to see him that way, especially with this election coming up. And for Netanyahu, a candidate on the Republican side, Donald Trump, whom he was quite close with when Donald Trump was president. And so there might be an instinct for a lot of foreign leaders to wait and to see what happens in the election before making big commitments to Joe Biden, given he's not going to be around come January 2025. That being said, Biden's going to exert all the leverage he can, mainly in the form of weapons, et cetera, to try and get this deal done, as he knows that this would be a legacy-defining achievement for him if it were to happen.
Yeah, of course, we're really working within a 6-month window here if he wants to see this done during his presidency. But when we think about the idea that he's going to lay out what else other than a ceasefire he wants to accomplish, how realistic do we need to be about this? Because the House, after an early morning vote tomorrow, is gone until September 9th. They're taking a long summer recess. Then we're going to be very quickly in just full election mode ahead of November. So realistically, it's just that lame duck session at the end there when he could do anything legislatively, right? So does this mean we could see more executive actions coming from him? And if so, about what?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw executive actions, especially on immigration or some other things he didn't get done, like gun control. Wouldn't be surprised if you saw another effort to pass aid for Ukraine going into 2025, given, again, the uncertainty of who might be in office, a Republican who's been skeptical about that aid. And also, look, I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen at the end of a presidency, like pardons, et cetera, that are surprising. So I would be tuned for all of that.
When you say pardon, I automatically thought about his son, Hunter Biden. But he, of course, has sworn that he wasn't going to do anything with his case.
He has sworn he wouldn't, but I'm sure that a lot of people are going to be asking and looking to see what he does about that. Exactly.
Right? And he's not trying to have a second term anymore. Just before we let you go, Jordan, of course, you mentioned that he has thrown his full support behind his vice president, Kamala Harris. She herself is in Indianapolis today after a visit to Wisconsin yesterday. She's going to be in Texas tomorrow. She certainly is not wasting any time here. Of course, there's not that much time to waste as this election and the convention more specifically is coming up very quickly. I'm hearing a lot about the prospect that she may need to choose her vice presidential pick within the next week so they can get it on the ballot, get all organized before the DNC. Does that mean that the short list is getting shorter as we understand it?
I'm sure that's the case. I mean, there is, as you alluded to, a nominating process that's going to happen before the convention in mid-August. And so I'm not sure, technically with the rules, like what might be required, but I'm sure she wants that person in as soon as possible, not only to make sure there's no legal challenges, but also to get them on the road, and because they don't have time. They don't have time to waste in this campaign. Yeah.
No, the clock is definitely ticking. I believe those rules are getting finalized by the Democratic National Committee today. Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian, White House correspondent, been busy like the rest of us here in the last several weeks. Thank you so much. And as we consider the vice president and her very early days presidential campaign, it is only technically the third full day of that. And yet we've seen a lot happen in the last 3 days. As I just mentioned, she's already been on the road. She went to Milwaukee. She, of course, went to the campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware earlier this week. She's also been raising a lot of money, more than $100 million in just a 36-hour period, securing the endorsements from pretty much everyone within the Democratic Party. She's been busy. The question is she already making a difference in terms of what the polls look like as we look towards November? We're starting to get some very early readings, including one that came out yesterday from Reuters and Ipsos, that finds Kamala Harris up 2 points to Trump nationally, 44-42. It is within the margin of error, but we wanted to dig into this a little bit more. So Cliff Young is here. He is Ipsos's president of U.S. Public Affairs with me in our Washington, D.C. studio. So Cliff, obviously, this is a national poll. there is a margin of error here that she is within in terms of her lead against Donald Trump. What I found interesting is that when you add in RFK Jr., who is a factor in this election, at least in some states, as a third party, her lead expands outside the margin of error, 42 to 38. It's an early read, but a good one for her campaign.
Yeah, 4 points. And if you look at her favorability scores compared to before her assumption of where she is versus now, they've gone up 5 points. So overall, things have been shaken up. The voter is reflecting right now. This might be a momentary bump, but it is real.
And of course, when we consider where the bumps matter the most, it's not just about how it reflects across the country, but in a very few specific states, including the one that she visited yesterday, Wisconsin, one of these key swing battleground states that we're watching. Would you expect to see, knowing that Joe Biden was by and large across polls consistently lagging Donald Trump in all of those swing states, and perhaps even a larger margin as we got toward the end of his effort there, that she could see an immediate advantage in those states, or does it matter who her vice presidential pick is to consider those numbers?
Yeah, the vice presidential pick doesn't really matter. It's the principle that really matters for people. It's a primary individual on the ticket. We're going to have to wait a couple weeks when it comes to those polls in those key swing states. But what we know right now, based on our national poll, is that she's running much better against those key constituencies that Biden had a problem with. Younger Americans, less affluent Americans, minorities, all key, once again, segments that the Democrats need to win the election.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because a interested parties memo circulated today from the Harris campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, of course, fresh off the Biden campaign, about the path to victory. And in it, she talked about how 7% of voters, this is her words, remain undecided in these races. Disproportionately, they are Black, Latino, and under 30. They are more likely to have supported the Biden-Harris ticket in 2020 and are 2 times more likely to be Democrats than Republicans. She talks about them being additional persuadable voters. What do you think about that, Cliff?
I think they're right on mark. I call them the inflation orphans. They were really disproportionately affected by inflation. They still have problems making ends meet. And Biden and the Biden administration have been unable to connect with them. Yes, they're in the game. They're in the equation. And really, if the Democrats can bring them into the fold, the Harris campaign can bring them into the fold, it will improve their chances considerably.
So it's all about the economy issue at the end of the day. And especially when I just look at the stories we're following at Bloomberg today, we now have the NASDAQ 100 down at the lows of the session by about 3%. Obviously, these inflation orphans may be the people who care more about prices at the grocery store than in the stock market, if you're lucky enough to have a 401k, et cetera. But we also have commentary from the likes of Bill Dudley, formerly of the New York Fed, talking about how the Fed needs to cut or there could be a recession. As we consider the timing at which economic developments could come, now that we're 4 months out from an election, is any incrementally bad news for the economy by extension bad news for Kamala Harris because she is attached to this administration, or is she insulated enough from that narrative?
No, it would impact her negatively. I think the signals are mixed. We have multiple surveys, different surveys running that suggest the inflation issue is attenuating, that price sensitivity is going down, which is very important for these, once again, these key constituencies. So again, any sort of negative news is really bad and will have an immediate probably impact. For the Harris campaign, for the Democrats, they have to hope for a slightly better economy going into November than there is today.
And maybe some rate cuts as well, though that's an open question. As we consider the idea that the economy usually is issue number 1, followed very closely by issue number 2, which is the border. We have already seen a concerted effort among the Republican Party, certainly the Trump-Vance ticket, to talk about her failure as the quote-unquote border czar. Is the border the issue that could dog Harris the most?
No, this is really a base issue. This is an issue for the Republican base, perhaps on the margins with independents, but there are other issues, including the economy, that are more important. This is really doubling down on the base, showing the base that they've redirected the campaign towards a new adversary, and it's not one that mobilizes or demobilizes the Democratic base.
what mobilizes the Democratic base, at least one of the issues we understand to be abortion, an issue that she, as vice president, has focused very heavily on. But the question we keep asking is that an issue that not only people vote on, but will drive them to the polls and force them to turn out, as we saw in the midterms in 2022? For example, what does your latest polling suggest about the potency of that?
Yeah, we don't know. It's unclear to what extent it will be a driver. She's strong on it. I believe it reinforces her credibility overall as a candidate, and it perhaps helps on the margins in some of the swing states, especially with suburban women, maybe suburban women Republicans. But it's I would say it's not a secondary, but it's a marginal issue relative to the economy.
And as we consider the idea that that could be a turnout issue ultimately, I was struck, this was in Politico this morning, Vote.org, in the 2 days after Biden dropped out, says it saw its highest levels of new voter registration of the whole cycle, a 700% spike with more than 38,000 registrations, most of them under 34. How should we be considering the way in which the youth vote and that specific demographic could change now that this entire race has been upended?
Well, definitely there's more energy, and she's really generating that energy. I think younger people can more identify with her and with her policies. But will young people actually show up on Election Day and vote? That's always the question.
Well, and we know that one of the issues young people have had, especially, or at least was the case with Biden and his campaign, was over Israel and Gaza. And we are feeling that in Washington right now. There's protesters everywhere as Netanyahu gets prepared to deliver this joint address to Congress. How does Harris play off that issue, knowing her husband, for example, is Jewish? She has been pro-Israel, but is seen perhaps as more progressive. How can she navigate that issue and not lose support among some of these key constituencies?
Well, I think she's probably in a better place than Biden, especially as we think about, let's say, Michigan, which could have been extremely problematic for the Democrats. It's a tricky issue. She wants to stay in the middle, not going too much to the one side or the other. To the extent that she can stay away from it, I would. But I think she's a better overall figure when it comes to that issue relative to Biden.
All right, Cliff Young, always good to see you here in our Washington, D.C. studio with some great polling. We'll continue to watch the Ipsos polling as we get it, especially in some of those swing states. It's still early days, of course, so a lot of things have to go out into the field. Cliff, we appreciate it. Now, as I mentioned with Cliff, we are seeing a pretty ugly day out there in the markets. How that's factoring into this election cycle may be up for debate, but what is not up for debate, it is a red day for equities. We're down nearly 300 points on the Dow, 285 to be exact. The underperformance and the drag is coming from big tech. While the S&P is down just 1.7%, the NASDAQ 100 is down the better part of 3%, 2.8% right now as we speak, and that is in large part due to the drag being created by some of those big heavyweights after earnings. Tesla getting absolutely hammered today, down 10% on the day after its report. Just fun fact for those paying attention to here in Washington, apparently Elon Musk is on Capitol Hill today. We don't know why, but if we learn, we'll update you. We do know, though, that it is an ugly day for Tesla, and Rivian is down by 6.4% by extension. Alphabet also reported last night it's down about 5%. So it's a big tech story today. Also plenty of political stories today to follow, and we'll continue to do that for you in just a few minutes right here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Traders say, show me the money. They want signs that AI is paying off. Stocks lower across the board with an almost 3% drop right now for the NASDAQ Composite Index. Stocks tumbled after a disappointing start of the mega-cap earnings season fueled speculation. The artificial intelligence frenzy that has powered the bull market still needs to pay off. S&P right now at 5463, down another 92 points, down 1.7%. The Dow lower by 276 now, down 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 2.8%. That is a drop right now of 503 points. 10-year 4.22%, the 2-year 4.38%. Spot gold higher by 0.5%, 24.21 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 1.5%, 78.09 a barrel. T-Mobile US is investing $4.9 billion in a joint venture with private equity firm KKR to buy fiber optic internet service provider Metronet. And among other wireless providers, AT&T added far more mobile phone subscribers than Wall Street expected in the second quarter. AT&T surging today by 5.4%, T-Mobile down 0.5%, and Verizon, which reported on Monday, are now by 2%. Recapping a major tech sell-off underway right now, S&P down 1.6%, NASDAQ down 2.8%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Pretty incredible day in the markets. The worst day we've seen for the S&P 500 going back to March of 2023 when we were dealing with the aftermath of banks collapsing. It feels like a lifetime ago because so much has happened between then and now, not least of which in the presidential race, but also in terms of developments geopolitically, like a hot war beginning and still raging in the Middle East. And it is against that backdrop that the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, addresses a joint session of Congress today. It is expected to begin at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Public service announcement, if you're in the D.C. area, probably best to just try to avoid Capitol Hill. There is a lot of security and a lot of protesters out today because of his address. And some of that protest is actually coming from within Congress, as many lawmakers on the Democratic side are choosing to sit this one out over disagreements with the Netanyahu government's policy when it comes to the war in Gaza. So we want to dig into all of this now and bring in a panel of Bloomberg experts. Mike Dorning is with me. He helps lead our congressional coverage here at Bloomberg in Washington, alongside Ian Marlowe today, Bloomberg senior reporter covering foreign policy. Welcome to you both. Ian, just to begin with you, as we look ahead to Netanyahu addressing this joint session, what is he trying to achieve here? What is he going to say?
I think he's got a couple of goals here. I think the first one is to defend the war that he's been waging, a very unpopular war internationally, obviously, and unpopular among key segments of Democrats here in the U.S. Lots of protests, as you said, there's protests out there today. Is not a popular thing that he's doing. So there's a key element of bringing his message, a message that he gives often within Israel, to a sort of foreign audience that might not be receptive, but we'll see. The second issue he's going to try and do, trying to achieve, is expand the sort of understanding of the conflict from just a purely Gaza-focused thing against Hamas to a sort of broader regional, the conflict between Israel and Iran, which a lot of people in the U.S. sort of understand a little bit more, would be a little bit more sympathetic to Israel on that front, just given the resources that Iran has to throw at this and the money and funding they've been able to give to proxy groups, not just in Gaza with Hamas, but Hezbollah in Lebanon and other groups in Iraq and Syria that have actually hit U.S. troops since the war began. So I think that's kind of a sort of two-part message that he's going to be giving here in D.C. today.
Of course, when we consider the audience to which he's giving the message, this will be televised. We'll be showing it to you here on Bloomberg. You can hear it on Bloomberg Radio. But also there is literally, Mike, the matter of the physical audience that is going to be there in the chamber, which could be a little thinner than you might think for an address to a joint session. This was a bipartisan invitation, we should mention, from congressional leadership, both Democrats and Republicans, but not all Democrats are going to show up for this today.
No, and it's something that puts Democrats in a bad spot because there's true, real conflict in their party over this. There are a lot of real supporters of Israel who also support this effort on Gaza within the Democratic Party, and there are a lot of people in the Democratic Party that have real doubts about the civilian toll and the extent to which this has been taken. So it's kind of a no-win situation for a lot of Democrats. A number of them are not going to be there, including the former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. They had to go down the rung a bit to find someone to sit in the Senate chair. Kamala Harris, right? Like, she's rolling out her presidential campaign. She's going to talk to Netanyahu tomorrow. There's no percentage in her being there. But then even like Patty Murray and some of the other more senior Democrats, they had conflicts. So they wound up with the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Ben Cardin, who's not a household name in America, will be sitting in the Senate chair seat. But you've even Dick Durbin, the number 2 senator, who has a lot of Israel supporters in the suburbs of Chicago, in northern Illinois, will not be there again because there's kind of 2 sides in his state.
Well, what is going to be also kind of striking to see is the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer alongside Benjamin Netanyahu after Schumer literally spoke on the Senate floor calling for new elections in Israel, suggesting that Netanyahu being at the helm of the government was a bad thing for the state. How does Schumer reconcile that with this visit today, Mike?
Well, he can say that he's, welcoming him in his guise as the leader of Israel, even though he thinks that he shouldn't be the leader of Israel. You can sort of navigate that. But that's something that on both sides has been a real sort of long-term change in the Israel-U.S. relationship. Under Netanyahu, the Israeli government has become much more involved in partisan politics in the U.S. instead of the old idea of you want bipartisan support in both countries. And, likewise now Schumer's saying, you guys should change your leader. So each side is getting involved in a partisan way in their internal elections.
Yeah, well, certainly if we all remember back to 2015 and the Iran nuclear deal, Netanyahu didn't necessarily have kind words to say about then President Barack Obama. And Joe Biden was vice president then. Now Biden is president, at least for a few more months, Ian. But he's going to be meeting with Netanyahu tomorrow, with both of them sitting with the knowledge that he is going to be a one-term president. He is not going to be sitting in the Oval Office beyond January 2025. So as this administration pushes for a ceasefire agreement, does Biden lose some leverage in this conversation?
Yeah, it's interesting. On the foreign policy front, D.C. is of 2 minds at the moment on whether this sort of makes him a lame duck going into the next 4 or 5 months with no leverage to exert over foreign policy, or whether this allows him to kind of lift the burden of campaigning off his shoulders a bit and focus in on some of the foreign policy issues, the sort of weighty issues that Biden has paid attention to for decades. Chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senate, and everything, to kind of dig in on some of those issues, push for sort of legacy projects, peace in the Middle East, these sorts of things that he might be able to accomplish before the end of his term. It's unclear whether he'll be able to do that. I mean, there's obviously been talk of Harris's rhetoric on Israel being a little bit sharper than Biden's, which is not particularly hard to achieve given Biden's sort of long-standing, unwavering support for Israel. But it's an interesting moment this week. We'll see in the Harris-Netanyahu meeting whether she sort of goes a little bit beyond the regular sort of administration rhetoric we've seen in terms of pushing for the ceasefire, whether she uses sharper language. I think that's a lot of things people will be looking for to see whether there's going to be a distinct sort of Harris foreign policy doctrine or something as we sort of move forward into the campaign.
I want to get back to the idea of Kamala Harris, but just first, Ian, on the actual prospects of a ceasefire. Is it feeling like it's closer to becoming a reality? Because I feel like we keep talking about it as if it's imminent and it's about to happen, and then nothing happens. Is this moment different for any reason?
Yeah, I remember Biden saying, we'll have one by next Monday, and this was like a few months ago, and obviously that never came. I think there's a lot of... there's some agreement between Hamas and Israel on sort of a broader framework that the U.S. has outlined. But I think, some people privately say... Publicly, everyone is saying, Blinken has said we're within the 10-yard line. Everyone is sort of kind of using this rhetoric to sort of push forward the idea that they want this to happen. They're trying to put pressure on Israel and Hamas to get to the table and actually sign something. But the honest reality is that we have been at a situation for months now where people are debating a couple of different paragraphs, very small, basically, is it a permanent ceasefire right off the bat or a temporary ceasefire right off the bat? And can that move into a permanent ceasefire? That's the basic core issue that has a bunch of other issues wrapped up in it, which is basically Israel wants to destroy Hamas. Hamas doesn't want to be destroyed. They want to rule Gaza at the end of this. And so that's just a fundamental conundrum that they haven't been able to bridge. So are we closer? Maybe. But everyone is saying, like, okay, well, we still might not get this. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of caution there.
Mike, in our final minute here, I do want to return to Kamala Harris because you mentioned she is not presiding over this joint address today. Ben Cardin is. But it's worth pointing out, she's not going to be there. Neither is Senator J.D. Vance. He's on the campaign trail as the vice presidential nominee. Neither of them are going to be there.
Their day job is now to be candidates, not their actual
But you are seeing a lot of rhetoric coming from Republicans condemning the fact that Kamala Harris is not going to be here, going after her on Israel. Is that something we should expect to continue to see from congressional Republicans who may have difficulty messaging around the idea that she is a woman and a woman of color, but Israel perhaps provides an opening to really sharply criticize her?
They have been doing this since the beginning because Republicans are pretty much united on this. Democrats are divided. In politics, when you're united and you can divide your opponent, just like in war, you go and you press that division, And that's what they're doing here. And it's all gain for them, no loss. I mean, they're not losing any Republicans or any other people by driving this message, but they are, trying to keep a wound in the Democratic Party torn open. Yeah. And they're unified on this. Presumably they, to some extent, sincerely believe this. So also sort of, if you want to look at it charitably, it's probably something they truly believe, that we should be supporting them wholeheartedly. I will just say on the lame duck thing, Biden is now got to get used to being a lame duck, because in American politics, the moment you're not running, particularly on domestic issues, you've lost almost all your leverage.
Yeah, of course, we're hearing from Biden this evening from the Oval Office about 6 hours after we hear from Netanyahu. Bloomberg's Mike Dorning and Ian Marlowe, thank you both so much for joining me. Now let's get a quick check on world and national news. Amy Morris has that in our 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Thank you, Kaylee. President Biden makes his first public appearance since his historic decision to end his re-election campaign in a primetime Oval Office address tonight. It's set for 8 p.m. Washington time. You can listen live on Bloomberg Radio, watch on Bloomberg Television. The Trump campaign also asking for equal time. The New York Times reports he sent a letter to the big three TV networks arguing that the speech will amount to a primetime endorsement for Kamala Harris. A number of Democratic lawmakers tending to skip Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress today. It is a protest against Israel's war in Gaza and the massive numbers of civilian casualties. You will be able to hear that address live 2 p.m. Washington time on Bloomberg Radio or television. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris and this is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got a major sell-off, specifically a tech sell-off on Wall Street right now. S&P 500 index is down 1.8%, but the NASDAQ composite now down 2.9%. Was down earlier this hour by as much as 3%. The NASDAQ 100 index now down by 3%. We've got the Russell 2000 index down 0.4%, and the Dow now at 40,020, lower by 338 points, a drop there of 0.8%. 10-year yield, 4.23%, with a 2-year that's now yielding 4.39%. Bitcoin higher by 0.8%, 66,349 on Bitcoin. Gold up 0.4%, and West Texas Intermediate crude now up 1.2%, 77.91 a barrel. Stocks tumbled after a disappointing start of the mega cap earnings season, fueled speculation that the artificial intelligence frenzy that has powered the bull market still needs to pay off. Right now, again, we have got shares of Tesla after earnings down 10%, and Rivian, rival electric vehicle maker, down 7%. Alphabet shares after earnings down now by 5%. So again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all very much in the red. S&P right now down by 1.8%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington, and once again, here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. I am Kaylee Lines in Washington. Joe Matthew is off today, but both Joe and I have been spending a lot of time here as we have an eye on the presidential election, about thinking about how it is filtering through the markets, the so-called Trump trade, whether there is a Harris trade, perhaps even a J.D. Vance trade. But it does feel like today it's less about politics and more like some idiosyncratic stuff going on in the tech space. So let's dig more into that now briefly. Nora Melinda is with me. She is a stock market reporter for us at Bloomberg, up in our Interactive Broker studios in New York. Nora, so obviously it's a pretty, this just a Tesla and Google problem.
I mean, what a brutal sell-off we are seeing today. We are really seeing tech brutally falling very, very steeply here. And all of this seems to be really rooted in the earnings that we've been getting from a lot of those big tech names. From hearing from Alphabet, a lot of people are speculating that a lot of these tech companies are spending too much money as it pertains to the AI push, and it doesn't really seem to be generating enough revenue to offset that. And it has investors really skeptical about how much money we should really be pouring into these names as we're thinking about that push. And you can really see that reflected in major indexes this morning. We're seeing the NASDAQ down for its worst day since 2022. And if you look at the S&P 500, it's headed toward its biggest drop since the height of the regional banking crisis in March of last year.
Yeah, pretty incredible. That feels like way longer ago than last year, by the way. I feel like that happened like 6 years ago because the world moves so fast. But it's worth pointing out, given the action we're seeing in equities, it's taking a lot of attention. But I'm looking at the bond market. The 2-year yield is right now down 10 basis points on the day, which to me is talking a story about Fed cuts. Typically, lower borrowing costs is a good thing for big tech. But is the macro, in this sense, not able to override the micro when the micro is not great?
I mean, when you look at the S&P 500 today, we're looking at utilities as the best performing sector, which we do know is linked to the bond market. I'm watching real estate is up about 0.3%. So we are seeing a bit of money going in those directions, especially as we are thinking about rate cuts right now.
Yeah, certainly. And Bill Dudley, formerly of the New York Fed, got us all thinking about rate cuts as he warns about a potential recession if the Fed doesn't cut next week. We're just a week out from that Fed decision, Nora, and we still have a lot of earnings to come in between now and then, which could potentially be disruptive for the market.
Most definitely. Many, many earnings to come. But one thing that I really did want to point out is that there really has been a focus still on small caps. We are seeing small caps up for the 10th time in 11 days. So quite the rotation that we're still seeing here.
Yeah, and I wonder if that small caps is where we're still seeing a bit of the Trump trade showing up, even if that has been upended in the last few days, given how the nature of this race has changed with Joe Biden's departure. Nora Melinda, great work, Bloomberg Equities reporter joining us from New York. Thank you so much for helping us dissect what is a busy day in the markets, but it's also a busy day in politics here in Washington, getting ready for a joint address to Congress from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, or addressing a joint session of Congress, rather. Biden speaking from the Oval Office later tonight about his decision to leave the race. And in the meantime, Kamala Harris is on the move. She's in Indianapolis today after being in Milwaukee yesterday. This is the third full day of her presidential campaign. It's also the day in which the Democratic National Committee has to finalize its convention rules. They're going to try to get it her nomination officially wrapped up with a virtual roll call before the convention in Chicago next month, trying to get on a ballot by August 7th. The question is whether she has to pick a vice president before all that goes down. So it's on that note that we assemble our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor, and of Iona University, is joining me alongside Lester Munson today. He is Republican strategist and co-head of the international practice at BGR Group. So, Jeannie, obviously we've seen the reporting that Democrats are pushing for her to pick a vice president potentially within the next week. Knowing that time is short here, we're talking just about 100 days to go, a little over that, until the election. Is it wise to take your time here, or is it best to make a choice and introduce them to the country as fast as possible?
I think introduce as fast and as safely as possible, which means to do full vetting first, although I suspect that most of the people that have made it to the short list have been vetted to in one form or another. That said, she also needs time to meet with these people, to talk to them, because part of this is her sense that this is somebody she wants to work with going forward on a really tough campaign. And then, of course, if they win after that. But to your point, Kaylee, I think sooner rather than later. And of course, I think if they come out and they are announced, I think my question is, are they wearing this coconut tie? Because all I'm hearing about, Kaylee, coconuts and brats. And so I've had to spend some time trying to understand it all at my age.
You and me both, Jeannie. I mean, I'm a millennial who struggles to speak Gen Z, and I cannot get anyone to explain to me what brat is and who qualifies as brat. Apparently, Kamala Harris does. But Lester, just to come to you on this vice presidential selection, obviously we have a kind of understood short list here, and I wonder who on that is the most threatening, or the person that the Trump-Vance campaign wants to go up against the least. I would point out that Donald Trump today is going to North Carolina, and we do understand that the governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, is in contention here.
Great question, Kaylee. By the way, I've got a 23-year-old at home, and we've been talking about Brat and Riz extensively, and he's been in awe.
So what is Brat, Lester?
I still don't know. I might know what Riz is. I think it's something like charisma. But he also thinks the vice president has an excellent meme game, which could be really important in the next 100 days. I think to answer your question, the most interesting candidate is someone who appears to not be on the list. That's Mark Warner from Virginia, who's terrific with the business community, terrific on national security issues. I'm worried as a voter that the vice president is ignoring national security issues and her credibility on them. I think she could shore them up with a smart VP pick. None of the folks who are on the list right now, I think, really address that directly. Of the ones who are on the list, I think Shapiro is probably the one that Republicans are worried about the most. As the governor of Pennsylvania, he's in a very key position. He does have a good track record. He's got the Riz also, from what I understand, from the Youngs, and would be an energetic collaborator with her.
Well, I know it's funny to think about Riz and Brat, but the Youngs, to use your word, Lester, do matter here. And I was struck when I saw this in Politico earlier today. Vote.org saw its highest levels of new voter registration of the whole cycle in the 2 days after Biden dropped out, up 700%, more than 38,000 new registrants to vote, most of them 34 and under. Jeannie, what does that tell you?
It says that, Kamala Harris, the choice of Kamala Harris by the Democrats ingested a lot of energy among this really important constituency, the kind that apparently Lester Munson talks to. I'm here madly writing meme games, all of these things. And they are a critical component of the Democratic constituency. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, although it feels ages, that talking a lot about the fact that this was where Biden was having his biggest challenge. Young people, Blacks, Latinos, and those are constituents that Kamala Harris, at least so far, 3 days in, 72 hours, does appeal to. And those registration numbers are just phenomenal. And so the Democrats want to keep that going. The challenge for them, of course, is an old issue in politics. Young people tend not to vote in as large numbers as elderly people. And so while it's important to get their support and their energy, certainly, and learn all the new lingo, you also need to get them out to the polls. And this is where Democrats are going to have to work very, very hard.
Yeah, well, Jeannie, you mentioned there the notion that Joe Biden had struggled with this demographic specifically. And Lester, we know that in large part, or at least part of it, was his policy toward Israel and Gaza. And that's why we saw the protest vote against him in the primaries, and that showed up materially in college towns, for example. It is noteworthy that both Biden and Harris will be meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tomorrow after his joint address to a joint session of Congress that's happening just over an hour from now. How does Kamala Harris need to navigate this issue differently if she wants to retain the young vote, but also, of course, retain that relationship with Israel?
Yeah, there's no easy out here for her. The Biden policy has had some flaws, but largely kept the Democratic coalition together. I would say, yes, there's some issues with young voters and with perhaps other communities, but no one really in the mainstream of the party. I think if she makes a significant departure from Biden policy, which would likely to be her being more critical of Israel and Netanyahu, she puts that coalition at risk. So this is going to be one of her first tests today and tomorrow, how she handles Netanyahu being in Washington and how she reacts to him. Can she convey the strong support the U.S. has for the state of Israel while also maintaining some criticism of the conduct in Gaza? This is high-level stuff. If she can perform at that level, it's going to stand her in good stead for the rest of the campaign, I think.
Well, it's worth pointing out as we consider her positioning toward Israel, she is not presiding over this address to Congress Netanyahu is delivering today. She will not be in attendance. In fact, right now she is speaking in Indianapolis as she is continuing on her travel journey, as we've seen her on the move a lot in recent days since Joe Biden dropped out. I would point out, though, Jeannie, Kamala Harris may not be here in Washington for the speech. Senator J.D. Vance isn't going either. He, too, is on the campaign trail. That was the justification provided by the campaign. And yet it does feel that Republicans are still going after Harris for not being there, specifically going after her on the issue of Israel. Is that one of her most vulnerable points in addition to the border?
I think the border she's more vulnerable on that, I should say, if only because traditionally people don't vote as much on foreign policy issues. That said, as you and Lester were just talking about, this has broken through with many, many young people and people across the country and indeed the world. It is a test for Harris. I will say I had mixed feelings about her not being there today, but I do think it's important to underscore that meeting is important, and she is going to meet with and speak to Benjamin Netanyahu tomorrow, and I'm very, very happy she is going to do that. A speech is going to be everybody sitting there listening to him, no interaction, and he's got free reign. But a meeting is somewhere where you can talk and try to work out differences. And so that, I think, is even more important. I'm glad Biden, and quite frankly, Donald Trump, if that comes to fruition as well, are going to be meeting with him privately.
Well, yeah, to that point, Lester, apparently after his time here in Washington, Netanyahu's heading south, going to Florida and Mar-a-Lago for a Trump meeting. What do you read into that?
Well, it's the prime minister has some work to do with Trump. Trump has said some not nice things about Netanyahu. He didn't like the fact that the prime minister acknowledged Joe Biden won the election in 2020. So maybe Bibi has to go kind of make amends for that. But let's face it, this is now becoming a core Republican constituency here. The Republican convention in Milwaukee was filled with all kinds of speakers and symbolic events supportive of the state of Israel. So this is kind of where Bibi's support in the U.S. is moving. The real challenge for Netanyahu, for those who are paying attention, is he's got to shore up his standing among Democrats. Israel needs bipartisan support in the United States. They can't let it tilt too far towards the Republicans, so he's got to be careful here, too.
All right, Lester Munson and Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel today. Thank you for joining me. They'll be back in the next hour as we look ahead to that Netanyahu address. Again, it begins at 2 p.m. Eastern time, so just over 1 hour from now. We have much more still ahead on Balance of Power when it comes to discussing the political world, but we're also keeping track of the markets today because it is ugly out there for big tech and equities by extension. Right now, the S&P 500 heading for its worst day since March of 2023. The index down 1.8%, but it is in tech where a lot of those losses are concentrated. The NASDAQ 100 right now down 3 full percentage points, dragged lower by the heavyweights that reported earnings yesterday, Tesla and Google. Tesla down 10 full percentage points after earnings. Of course, we got the news of the robo-taxi delay until October. Maybe that's an October surprise. Right now, Alphabet down by about 5% as well. We'll stay on top of the markets and stay on top of politics right here on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons. Joe Matthew is off today, and it is a busy day from here in Washington, D.C. Just about 1 hour from now, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to address a joint session of Congress on Capitol Hill. with a lot of lawmakers actually protesting that speech. And we'll speak to one of them this hour, Democratic Congressman Ami Bera of California. Plus, there's another big speech this evening, primetime, 8 p.m. Eastern. Joe Biden addresses the nation from the Oval Office about his decision to leave the presidential race. We'll have more on that with our political panel, Lester Munson and Jeannie Shanzano. First, though, there's a lot happening in financial markets today as well. A lot of red on my screen, and I bet a lot of red on Charlie Pellet's, too. He has a check for us from up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. Indeed, lots of moving parts, all about big tech, and a sell-off underway right now. Right to the numbers. We got some fast-moving markets here with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. And as we kick off the 1 o'clock Wall Street time hour, we are looking at just about the lows of the day. S&P now down 97, 54.57 is where we stand on the S&P. A drop there of 1.8%. A sell-off in the world's largest tech companies, sending the NASDAQ 100 index lower now by 3%. We've got the NASDAQ Composite Index down 526, a drop there of 2.9%. Again, to give you context, S&P down 98, a drop of 1.8%. 10-year 4.22% with a 2-year now yielding 4.39%. Spot gold up $9 the ounce, 24.18, drop there of 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.1%, 77.79 a barrel. Bottom line here, steep losses for the U.S. stock market today. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. Our Nora Melinda is going to have a whole lot more on the markets coming up on Bloomberg Radio and Television in just a moment. Briefly, Tesla after earnings, stock plunging now by 10.3%. Rival Rivian down 6.7%. And Alphabet after earnings, all about these big tech mega cap earnings. We've got Google, Alphabet down now by 4.8%. So again, recapping, stocks very much in the red. S&P down 98 right now, down 1.8%. Balance of power continues. Lots going on. Back we go to Washington. And once again, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington, where I do have my eye on politics, but the markets are capturing a lot of attention today. And Charlie told you it was coming up, so let's do it. Nora Melinda is with me. She is an equities reporter for us at Bloomberg. She's joining from New York. So, Nora, obviously it's an ugly day out there. Charlie was outlining some of the moves. The big drag, of course, is Tesla after earnings yesterday. We're talking a 10% drop here. Worst day since January of 2025. Were earnings really that bad?
It's an extremely disastrous day here in the market. We are looking at the NASDAQ 100 down 3%. That is the most since 2022. And as you mentioned, that's really led by a lot of these mega cap names. As we think about Tesla, it's plunging 10% after it had a profit miss and announced that it will be postponing the unveiling of its long-awaited robo-taxi. We're also hearing from Alphabet. It's slumping 5% after sinking more of its resources into driving to outmatch its rivals in AI. And that's really been the concern here for a lot of these tech names. We have investors thinking that these companies could be pouring more money into the AI push than they are actually generating back in revenue.
Yeah, so Nora, it raises the question of whether this really was about the earnings for these specific companies or about potentially the signal that it's sending ahead of more earnings to come next week. Potentially, are we seeing some discounting of what could be more disappointing than expected results from some of those other tech heavyweights?
And I mean, that's the question here, Kaylee. We have analysts who are sitting here wondering what that could look like moving forward. But one thing to really note, we heard from the Fed president of New York saying that he does think that we should be starting to see a bit of a pullback and relief as we think about rate cut expectations. But we have a lot of analysts and investors a bit apprehensive as to whether or not that could mean that the Federal Reserve is moving a bit too fast and could push us toward a recession.
Yeah, Bill Dudley, who's now a Bloomberg opinion contributor, used to be of the New York Fed, suggesting that the Fed really should move in July because he's worried about a recession. But Nora, the July meeting is next week. We're talking about a decision that's coming a week from today, and we know the Fed doesn't typically like to surprise markets. Is it realistic that they would surprise both the equity and bond market with a cut they weren't expecting?
Definitely something that's yet to be answered, of course, as we're watching very closely as we think about the rate cut expectations moving forward. But we do have to think about this in the midst of a lot of the economic data that we've been seeing. Of course, when we look back to the CPI report, it was positive. And I do think that a lot of these analysts and investors are really just sitting here on the edge of their seat waiting to see what is next. And I guess we'll find out next week.
Yeah, certainly we will. If you ask us here in Washington, what's next? None of us know. And I think the last few weeks have certainly proved that. Norma Linda, Bloomberg stock market reporter, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I would note that it's not just stocks that are on the move today. As we talk about expectations for the Federal Reserve, you're seeing a massive move at the front end of that curve. That sensitive 2-year yield on the day down 10 basis points. We're at 4.4, I'm going to call it right now on the 2-year. Of course, a lot of this does come as we've seen the inflation trajectory improving, something that could have been good news for the incumbent president, Joe Biden, as he sought re-election. But of course, he is no longer doing so. He announced it in a statement on Sunday, but it is tonight, prime time, 8 p.m. Eastern, that he'll actually speak to the nation on camera about that decision in an address from the Oval Office. In part, it's going to be a speech about his legacy, about what he wants to accomplish in this lame duck period for him as he completes his first and only term. But it also may be a little bit about his vice president and now presumptive Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris, as well. So as we look ahead, let's bring in Laura Davison. She is Bloomberg Politics editor here with me in Washington. Laura, this is going to be a big moment for Biden. We have only seen him speak from the Oval Office very rarely during this term. How much of this is a legacy speech and how much of this is a campaign speech, even though he is not the one that is campaigning?
It's kind of 50-50. And you even note that the campaign element of this, the Trump campaign has picked up on this and said, look, we want equal time, which is technically an election rule here. But this is going to be the first time that we will hear from Biden on video in his own words about what this moment means. So he announced this decision that he would not run for re-election in a post on X. We did hear his voice a little bit when he called in to talk with campaign staffers when Harris went to Wilmington to meet with what was now her campaign team. But this is the first time we'll see him. He's been down with COVID, and so there's going to be a lot of questions about how he looks, and does he seem at peace with what the situation is?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Laura, because in the aftermath of his decision to leave the race, we have seen circulating, especially in Republican circles, questions about if he is not fit to stand for re-election and to campaign, why is he still fit to sit in the Oval Office? How much tonight does he have to address the questions around his vitality and his mental acuity, his ability to continue to do this job for the next few months?
I expect that he won't address that specifically, but more in just how he presents himself. There's also an argument that Democrats are making of, look, 6 months is very different than 4 more years. And, the president has been doing the job for 3.5 years so far, that unless there's a major health disclosure, and there's been a lot of updates from his doctors in recent days that have all said that he is fit to serve as president.
Well, and he, as you mentioned, when he called into the headquarters of the campaign in Wilmington, Delaware, talked about how he would be on the campaign trail, not on the ticket, but in support of the woman he endorsed, his vice president, Kamala Harris. What role should we expect him to play dividing the responsibilities of being president and being surrogate for your vice president in a re-election campaign, knowing we haven't seen a vice president of a sitting president doing this in several election cycles?
This is both unprecedented, maybe unprecedented too, in just what this looks like. But this is going to be a tricky thing for him to balance. Being, at the top of the ticket and being, sort of the party's standard bearer for years, he now has to both figure out how to let Harris shine, let her take her own direction. But of course, he is still president. He is still the man in charge, but needs to give her enough breathing room and also give her enough legislating, give her enough, kind of executive power to show that she can do the job. We see that this week with Netanyahu in town. She's meeting with Netanyahu, but separately from Biden, to sort of kind of be able to kind of go out there on her own.
Yeah, and of course, that Netanyahu meeting's happening tomorrow because she's in Indianapolis today after being in Milwaukee yesterday. She's going to be in Texas tomorrow. She certainly is on the move, and things are on the move within the Democratic Party as it consolidates around her. Obviously, rules being decided on today by the Democratic National Committee. I've had a lot of questions about we know the DNC starts April 19th, but if you're trying to get on a ballot and you're facing an August 7th deadline, how quickly all of this will happen, not just for Harris when it comes to a virtual roll call vote, but also for potentially her vice president. How does all of this have to work in terms of sequencing in the next few weeks?
Yeah, so it's a really incredibly compressed timeline. It was just Sunday that, she basically kind of came out as the nominee. It was clear by Monday there was going to be no serious challenges to her. She locked it up Monday night. She's now signaling that she will have someone picked by sort of the August 7th is what the DNC has sort of suggested. So in, the next 10 days or so, she'll have that decided, and then, then we'll roll right into the DNC when they'll officially get get the nomination. So it's going to be very tightly turned. Her campaign right now is vetting different candidates. And, right now it's looking like it might be someone like Roy Cooper of North Carolina, Mark Kelly of Arizona, or even potentially Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania.
One of our political panelists, Lester Munson of BGR Group, was suggesting maybe look at Mark Warner, get some national security experience from the Democrat from Virginia, but he's not on any short list, at least that we've heard about. Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics Editor, thank you so much. Let's get back to Lester now. Joined today, of course, he being our Republican strategist, by our signature Democratic panelist, Jeannie Shanzano of Iona University. We can talk more about Harris, but I do want to begin first with this speech we're going to get from Biden in prime time tonight. I just asked this question of Laura, Jeannie, but to what extent does he need to make this a speech about his legacy and his presidency? And to what extent does he need to make this a speech about the potential of a Harris presidency?
I think he's going to balance those things. There has been a lot of goodwill from Democrats, and I'm sure many Americans, towards Joe Biden since he made this really difficult decision to step down or withdraw from the race. And so I think that he would, play on that goodwill, talk about what he has done, what he hopes to do in his remaining 5 to 6 months. And of course, that is setting up for his legacy. And of course, support his vice president, who he has endorsed. So I think we will see all three of those things. This is the first time we have seen a sitting president in this position. Many Americans were not alive when Lyndon Johnson came out in '68 to make this speech. So it is a really important moment for Americans, and one that we are not used to, somebody stepping aside and opening the door for somebody else.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. The parallels to '68 continue to be drawn, not least of which is because like in 1968, the Democratic Convention also is going to be held in Chicago this time around. What do they say about history and rhyming? But Lester, I wonder to the extent that we know that Republicans have an issue with Joe Biden continuing to be in the Oval Office, if there are questions about his ability to be vigorous and be out on the campaign trail, their suggestion is why should he be able to be in the Oval Office? Is he able to put those concerns to bed with this address tonight? And frankly, is it still a productive line of inquiry or smart way to spend political capital for Republicans right now? Should they just be focusing on Harris instead?
I think the answer to all of your questions is no, Kaylee. By the way, I remember the LBJ speech in, I think it was March of 1968. I was 6 months old, and I've had this weird sense of deja vu for the last 3 days. I did ask my dad, did I see that on TV? Yes, I did. So I've been around for both of them. I think President Biden does have an issue to show he can do the job. He needs to show that really every single day for the next 6 months. This is not something that will be put to bed by one speech. He's got to continually demonstrate that, because I think Americans have questions, and it is fair for them to have questions about that. So this speech tonight is, I think it's entirely about his legacy, because his legacy is, I'm the guy who kicked Donald Trump out of the White House, and I'm going to keep him out by handing the baton to Kamala Harris in November. That's what he's shooting for the legacy here. So I think this is not just a campaign speech, not just a legacy speech. It's all of it tied into one package. I think the Republicans, for them to have a chance, for former President Trump to have a chance in November, and his chance is much smaller now than it used to be, he's got to make this about Kamala Harris and her record and how she will govern as president. The bump that she's getting now is very significant. She's raising a lot of money, but it's going to fade over time in terms of popularity. The Republicans need to be in a place where they're offering a clear alternative to how she would govern this country. Whether they're going to be able to do that or not remains to be seen. But I think going after the guy in the office right now, Joe Biden, is a mistake. He can demonstrate his fitness or not. I think the Republicans would be better suited just let him do that.
Well, Jeannie, as Lester talks about here, the idea that Harris does need to have her record out there, and it's her record up against Donald Trump's ultimately in November. We've talked a lot in the last few days about the idea that she herself may need to create some separation from President Biden and what the administration has done in terms of policy. But to what extent is Biden also responsible for creating that separation for her? Should he be drawing distinctions between the way he thinks and the way she thinks?
No, I think Biden should be in a position where he talks about the positive things he is handing over to her. And there is a laundry list. I mean, we cannot forget when he came into office in 2020, 2021, very few of us expected that he would pass any major piece of legislation, let alone the number that he did, because Congress was so divided. So he has a lot to be proud of, and he hands, as Lester said, the baton to her. And it is up to her to differentiate herself. And whether that's going to be on an issue like we're talking a lot about today, the Middle East and Gaza, whether that's going to be on the issue of inflation. I've been paying careful attention to what she's been talking about. And one thing she has worked on independently of Biden, amongst many, is housing. That is a huge cost of living concern for Americans. We've seen Biden try to tap into that. I think we may see her differentiate herself even more on that kind of issue. But again, I think that is up to Kamala Harris to do. And Joe Biden needs to talk about handing the baton smoothly over to her. And I have to say, and I don't say this lightly, so far, so good on the Democrat side making this handover. I thought it was going to be a lot bumpier than it is, 72, 96 hours in.
Well, Jeannie, I'm glad you raised Israel. In our final minutes here, Lester, of course, we are awaiting this address from Netanyahu at 2 p.m. Eastern time in Congress. Biden's going to be meeting with him tomorrow as well, as we've discussed. To what extent, knowing that you co-head the international practice at BGR, to what extent does Biden lose leverage as he pushes for a ceasefire, something we understand he wants to see accomplished during his first and what will be his only presidential term? If he wants to see a ceasefire done, does Netanyahu now have less incentive, I guess is the way to say it, because he knows Biden is effectively now a lame duck to agree to what Biden wants?
I think Netanyahu's focused on the security of the state of Israel, of course. He's focused on his own political stability and whether he can remain in office and whether his government will survive. I think the best way to address both of those things is to engage proactively with the Biden administration on its efforts to come to a ceasefire in Gaza. Israel has largely achieved, not completely, but largely achieved its military aims in Gaza. There's a clear pivot coming. And I think the prime minister knows at the end of the day, his most important relationship in the world is with Washington. He needs to have bipartisan strength. The Republicans are just fine for him. He really needs to shore up his standing with the administration and congressional Democrats. This is a big weak spot for him. I think the best thing he can do is embrace the work that Biden and his people have done. I say this as a Republican. The best thing Netanyahu can do is embrace the peace plan, the work that has been done by American diplomats, and engage with them on finding a solution here. He can't look like he's the obstacle. That is going to be a big problem for him, and it will be a problem for the relationship between the U.S. and Israel also.
All right, Lester Munson and Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel today. Thank you both so much for joining me. We're going to have much more coming up on Netanyahu's visit and his address to Congress that's taking place less than an hour from now. I'll be joined by one of the Democratic lawmakers who is deciding to sit that one out. Democratic Congressman Ami Bera will be with me next as we keep a track on politics and the markets here on Bloomberg. Right now, the NASDAQ 100 down 2.8%. Tesla leading the losses, down about 10%. We'll have much more ahead for you here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
6:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We're off session lows, but still steep losses for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ 100 index. Stocks are being hit hard after a disappointing start to the mega cap earnings season. S&P right now down 88, drop now of 1.6%. Dow Industrials down 294, decline of 0.7%. NASDAQ now lower by 2.7%, have been down as much as 3%. For NASDAQ, a drop now of 450 points. The NASDAQ 100 index down 2.7%. The Russell 2000 down by 0.5%. 10-year 4.24%, with the 2-year now yielding 4.40%. Spot gold is advancing 0.2%, 24.14 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.3%, 77.93 per barrel of WTI. Visa lower after reporting quarterly revenue that just missed Wall Street estimates. Visa down by 3.6%. Rival MasterCard down 2.5%. And Evercore posted record second quarter revenue as a deal-making rebound fueled a surge in advisory fees. Right now, Evercore is up by 0.3%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 90, a decline of 1.6%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here she is, your host, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. I am indeed Kaylee Lines in Washington. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. We're here in Washington. The area around Capitol Hill is pretty crowded today, both with protesters and security presence, as we gear up for less than an hour from now an address to a joint session of Congress from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And I would note it's not just outside groups that are showing up to protest here in D.C. today. There are some protests happening within the Capitol itself, and the lawmakers that spend a lot of their time there, as many Democrats have chosen not to attend Netanyahu's address, in part because of disagreements over the way in which the Israeli government is handling the ongoing war in Gaza. We turn now to one of those lawmakers. I'm pleased to welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio Democratic Congressman Ami Bera of California. Sir, welcome back to Bloomberg. It's always great to have you. Obviously, you have made the decision not to listen to Netanyahu speak today. Why not just hear what he has to say?
Kaylee, thanks for having me back on. I wouldn't characterize it as a protest, but I would characterize it, I don't agree with how he's prosecuting the war at this stage. I do think you have a real tangible ceasefire deal that's on the table that could pause the war and hopefully get to a permanent ceasefire, but could also allow the release of hostages. The reason why I made the decision that I did in terms of not attending is after meeting with families of hostages, American hostages yesterday, the one ask they had of us was to put pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu to agree to the ceasefire deal, to publicly agree to it. And he's not meeting with us here on the Hill. So this is one way that I thought I could make a statement to try to get to that ceasefire deal and get the families that have loved ones being held hostage released.
So, Congressman, do you think that Republicans in your chamber or in Congress more widely are putting that pressure on Netanyahu, or does the pressure by and large have to come from the executive branch and President Biden?
I think the pressure should come from all of us because there should be a paramount urgency. It's 292 days that people have been held hostage in really cramped quarters. We heard from one survivor who was released back in the last hostage release about how horrific the conditions were. So I think there is an urgency to put pressure on the Prime Minister to accept this ceasefire, to publicly say so, and then look for a path forward. There is an opportunity to normalize relations with Saudi Arabia, with the other Arab countries, to expand on the Abraham Accords and think about a different future here. And I'm in full support of Israel. I think Israel is a Jewish state that we should protect. But I would like to see a different future for the whole Middle East.
Well, we know that President Biden, together with Prime Minister Netanyahu, will be meeting with the families of American hostages that are still being held by Hamas tomorrow after their bilateral meeting at the White House. But Congressman, you and I both know, as do they, that this meeting is happening In the context of what has been an incredible week in U.S. politics with Biden's decision not to seek re-election, are you concerned that his ability to exercise leverage over Netanyahu and the Israeli government is now diminished because of his decision not to seek a second term?
No, because I think President Biden has been a steadfast supporter of Israel, but he's also made hard decisions, and he's had very direct conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I think what President Biden did last Sunday was the symbol of character and leadership, putting country first. And I think that's what we're asking Prime Minister Netanyahu to do. I understand the political risk that he has in terms of holding his coalition of hard-right individuals in Israel together. But listening to the family of the hostages, understanding what I hear from leading Israeli security officials and others, this is a good ceasefire. They negotiated it. They agreed to it. I don't expect Hamas or Sinwar to necessarily agree to the terms of the deal, but let's put the pressure on them by actually having Prime Minister Netanyahu come out and say he supports the ceasefire deal that's been negotiated. Now, if Sinwar doesn't, the pressure and focus is on him.
Yeah, and I wonder to what extent we'll hear about how Joe Biden wants a ceasefire achieved during the remainder of his presidency when he addresses the nation from the Oval Office in prime time tonight, Congressman. We also expect that he may have some words about his Vice President, Kamala Harris. When it comes specifically to the issue of Israel, how would you expect her policy would differ if she were elected in November?
You know, I think if she's elected in November, I think she would continue some of the same policies of the Biden administration. I think she might be a little bit more forceful in saying the time is now for a ceasefire. There's a humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza. You know, that is not war. That is something we have the ability to relieve: food, water, medications. There's an urgency to get that done. And I think about that from the perspective of being a doctor. I also, again, I'm not letting Hamas off the hook. I'm not letting Yahya Sinwar off the hook, the military leader of Hamas. What they did on October 7th was atrocious. But I do think for the sake of the Israel that I'd like to see, the Israel that I saw last summer, pre-October 7th, I'd like to see a different future. And I know we're holding the possibility of a deal with Saudi Arabia open, but it gets harder and harder the longer this war continues.
Well, Congressman, I'm glad you raised the humanitarian aspect here because that has been a challenge for the incumbent administration. Does Kamala Harris, if she becomes President Harris, need to do a better job than the administration she's been attached to for the last 3.5 years on that front?
Well, I think President Biden and the team around President Biden have been trying to put as much pressure on the Israelis to allow humanitarian aid to flow freely into Gaza. One of my disagreements with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and another reason why I'm not there, is I think he's been reluctant to allow that aid to flow in, and I think that's a big mistake. And again, you know, my hope is when he gives his address to Congress today, that we hear from him. It's like, it's time for us to end this war. It's time for us to get the hostages home. We've got a good ceasefire deal on the table. Let's accept that ceasefire deal. And now the pressure is on Hamas to accept that deal. I don't know if we'll hear that, but that's what I would love to hear.
Well, I guess we'll all find out just about half an hour from now. As you speak to the humanitarian aspect of all of this as a doctor, I'd like to ask you another question in your capacity, not just as a congressman, but as a doctor, knowing there have been many Republicans, including from within your own chamber, who have suggested that if Biden is not fit to campaign and stand for re-election, he should no longer be fit to sit in the Oval Office. As a doctor, what do you say to that?
As a doctor, I say, you know, I've interacted with the president in recent months. I'm interacting with this team. I've seen the decisions that they're making, that he's making, and I have no reservations about his capacity to run this country and govern.
Well, we'll see what he says about that ability, or if he addresses this at all in his Oval Office speech tonight. We also understand that in part what he wants to accomplish with this speech is to outline the things he would still like to get done in the remainder of his term. He effectively now is a lame duck. You and your colleagues in Congress can't call it the lame duck session quite yet, as we still have an election to get through. But are you hopeful that more legislative accomplishment can come during this administration? And if you are, what would it be?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a vigorous President Biden. I think we're going to see the character and leadership that are the hallmarks of Joe Biden. And I think he'll speak directly to the country about how we move forward. And part of that is that transition to the next generation. But he's still got, there's still a lot going on in the world. You've got a war in Europe. You're trying to end a war in the Middle East, and you're trying to prevent a war in Asia. We've still got a lot to do in terms of rebuilding our economy, jobs, and addressing inflation. I think he'll talk to the things that he hopes to accomplish, and I hope he has a Congress that's willing to work with him.
And Congressman, finally, just on the subject of Congress, you're going to be done for the summer after votes early tomorrow. Everybody's going home or going back to campaign mode until September 9th, which means we're just going to be a few weeks away when you return from the shutdown conversation and when funding expires on September 30th. Just what are you bracing for when you get back to Washington after the summer break?
You know, I know the Republicans had hoped they were able to get their appropriation budget bills across the finish line. They're not able to get their own bills voted on and get enough Republicans to support them. So I hope when we come back, we either have compromise bills that the Senate sent bills over to us, that we fund the government. I would hope that this conflict in Gaza between Israel and Hamas is at a conclusion, that we're talking about what the day after looks like and what next. But there's still a lot of work to do. So let's not fool around with the government shutdown. This is still the United States of America. Let's all work together and show the world how we are still the leaders of the world.
All right, Congressman, it's on that note we will leave it. Thank you so much, as always, for joining us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. That's Democratic Congressman Ami Bera of California. We appreciate your time, sir. Now, elsewhere, we are keeping an eye on the financial markets as the 2-year yield exceeds the 10-year by the smallest margin this year. We're watching the curve with the 2-year down by about 9 basis points on the day, and a big sell-off underway in the equity markets led by technology. The NASDAQ 100 index right now down the better part of 3%, with Tesla and Alphabet creating big drags. They're down 10 and 5% respectively. That's going on in markets. Let's see what's going on elsewhere. World and national news now with Amy Morris in our 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. President Biden set to address the nation tonight, laying out how he'll finish his time in the White House. Congressman Pete Aguilar says this is not a goodbye speech.
I expect that the president will talk about the work that we have done together, but how this is unfinished.
The California Democrat says these next 6 months will put an exclamation point on the Biden presidency. Tonight's speech from the Oval will be his first on-camera appearance since the end of his re-election campaign. He is expected to say more about that decision. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan questioned statements made by top officials in the day following the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump.
Why did they initially lie to us in the days after the attack in Pennsylvania?
This hearing going on Capitol Hill, where he questioned the FBI's ability to conduct a quick and transparent investigation. The FBI continues to investigate the shooting as a potential act of domestic terrorism and has not yet determined the gunman's motive. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Capitol Hill today, meeting first with House Speaker Mike Johnson. That's going on now before he addresses a joint session of Congress starting in about 25 minutes, where he hopes to shore up U.S. support for Israel in its war against Hamas. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Connection lost.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks very much in the red. We're trading close to session lows, off session lows, but close to it. S&P right now down 91 points, a drop of 1.6%. Stocks tumbled after a disappointing start to the mega cap earnings season. The Dow now down 301 at 40,058, drop now of 0.7%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 488 points, a drop right now down by 2.7%. The Nasdaq 100 Index down 2.8%, have been down as much as 3%. The Russell 2000 also in the red today, down 0.5%. 10-year at 4.24% with the 2-year yielding 4.40%. Spot gold is trading higher. Right now we've got an ounce of the precious metal up 0.2%, 24.14, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%, 77.85 a barrel. Our Abigail Doolittle will have a whole lot more on the markets coming up for you in just a moment. Tesla after earnings down now by 10.3%. Rival Rivian down 6.5%. And Google after earnings, Alphabet down by 4.4%. So again, recapping losses for the U.S. stock market. S&P right now down 1.6%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York with a look at the markets. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, where we too have been keeping track of the market action, specifically how it has reacted to the many, many, many developments we have seen in the political universe in recent weeks, whether it was an attempted assassination of Donald Trump and concern about political violence and the uncertainty it brings, or just the uncertainty that has been brought fresh by the departure of Joe Biden from this presidential race and the sudden ascendance of his vice president, Kamala Harris, who is now the presumptive Democratic nominee. We were talking a lot about the Trump trade. Now I have questions about whether there is a Harris trade and whether any of those political trades matter at all in an environment in which tech-heavy stocks or tech-heavy indexes and heavyweight tech stocks are really struggling on the back of earnings. So to help answer these questions, Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle, markets correspondent for us here on TV and radio, is joining me. So Abigail, to what extent do we assign the blame for the very bad day we are seeing in equity markets on the micro, on things like Tesla and Alphabet? And to what extent should macro, including politics, be to blame?
Thanks, Kaylee, for having me here. And it's interesting because on the surface, it really does seem like it's the micro. It seems like it's that Tesla and Alphabet. And yes, there were flaws with each of those quarters. Tesla profits missed by 14%. On the other hand, sales were beat by 3.5%. And the number of cars that they sold up sequentially. Alphabet a little bit messy with YouTube and their CapEx spending. You know, I think what this reflects is too far, too fast. You know, Tesla up 95% trough to peak. So, of course, investors are going to take some chips off the table. Alphabet's been on quite a tear. So when we turn to the macro, it's really interesting. We have been talking over the last week and a half about the intersection between business and politics. And I do think that we're seeing some of that today. The reason I say that, a great tell this year on that intersection is the VIX. The VIX is an index, as you know, that measures uncertainty. Last week, after the assassination attempt, it had been below 13, really signaling calm and complacency. Right right now on the day, the VIX has spiked up significantly. It is currently at a 17 handle. That really tells you that uncertainty has entered the picture in a big, big way. And it's interesting because when I take a look at the poll numbers between, or I should say the betting odds between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, the spread has really narrowed. It had been greater than 20%. Now it's about 11%. That creates uncertainty. That really creates an election race going into November. I think that that is definitely a piece of what we're seeing today.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard from a lot of strategists within the last few days that this race went from easy to call to close to call and perhaps impossible to call at this point. Although it is early days of the Kamala Harris candidacy, we have to keep that in mind. And it raises the question of what kind of volatility we could be seeing in the next 100+ days between now and the election. But of course, there's other questions involved in the markets and politics timing here, and that includes the Federal Reserve, Abigail. I would note that outside of the equity market, we're seeing some pretty big movement in the front end of the curve in the bond market today, down 9 basis points on the 2-year. At the same time, you're having Bill Dudley, the former president of the New York Fed, warning about how the Fed should cut next week or risk of recession. How should we be considering the monetary policy aspect to what's happening today?
Well, that's a great question. And what makes this really interesting is with this kind of movement in the curve, in yields going down, that should create an environment where stocks could go higher, whether Tesla and Alphabet are going down or not. If you think about the NASDAQ 100, it's been up 50% from the October lows. So something has shifted in the environment just recently where even with the possibility of the Fed cutting. We've had some big guests join us recently saying that it could even be this month, but if not, September, December. There seems to be a lot of certainty because of the data that the Fed is going to cut. Why are investors looking past that? What is making them nervous? And I again think that there is some uncertainty here around DC. I think that that's a big weight. It's weighing, in fact, on the dollar. If you take a look at the dollar yen, it's down more than 1%. When the yen sells off, and we talked about this last week, the yen is a haven currency. When the dollar yen sells off, it means folks are going into that haven currency, similar to what's happening for bonds. So there really is a bit of a flight to safety here. But the other thing that happens is there's something called the carry trade. Very cheap money is carried from that yen to risky assets. So when the yen becomes more expensive, that carry trade falls apart. I think that that's actually another macro pressure, but we have to ask ourselves, why is there this risk-off picture? What are investors nervous about from the macro? And, you know, again, I go back to election 2024. I think that that is certainly a big piece of it, the uncertainty.
Well, certainly it's a big piece of what we're talking about here in Washington. Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg's chief markets correspondent, thank you so much for being with me from New York. And here in Washington, it is not just about the presidential race today, but it is also about what's going to happen just about 20 minutes from now. An address to a joint session of Congress from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. As I've described earlier this hour, isn't necessarily receiving the warmest reception from all sides. There's protesters around the Capitol today. And of course, there's also many Democratic lawmakers who have decided not to attend his speech over concern about the way in which he is conducting the ongoing war in Gaza. Of course, it's worth pointing out that Prime Minister Netanyahu hasn't necessarily had super encouraging words to say about the United States and Biden administration either in recent weeks. Remember when he said this last month?
I said it's inconceivable that in the past few months, the administration has been withholding weapons and ammunition to Israel. During World War II, Churchill told the United States, give us the tools, we'll do the job. And I say, give us the tools and we'll finish the job a lot faster.
Of course, it's worth pointing out, while the administration had been withholding some heavy bomb shipments to Israel over concern in which they could inflict humanitarian damage upon the civilian population in Gaza, some of those shipments have resumed. But it raises the question of what kind of tone and message Netanyahu will be bringing just about 15 minutes from now. So we pose that question now to Mara Rudman. She is a professor at the University of Virginia Miller Center. She also is former envoy for the Middle East with the State Department. Professor Rudman, thank you so much for being back here on Bloomberg TV and radio. What do you expect to hear from Netanyahu today? To what extent is it going to be conciliatory, and what maybe people, especially Democratic lawmakers who are in the chamber, want to hear? And to what extent do you expect we may see some feistiness?
So thanks, Kelly, for having me. What I'd like to do first is tell you what I would like to hear from the Prime Minister.
Sure.
And I would have been one if I was a member who attended, because I actually think it's important, regardless of what your personal view is of the man who happens to be leading Israel right now. I think generally in our discourse, being able to listen to people, even with those with whom you disagree strongly, is important. So what I would like to hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu is that he has recognized and taken the advice of his military and his intelligence leaders who want him to accept the ceasefire deal that is on the table, that would allow the hostages to return. Those who are living would get out, and bodies of those who sadly are not, would get out 11 women who have been under unspeakable duress, and would increase the ability to get humanitarian aid into Gaza. It's a phased approach. His defense and his military have signed off on it. His parliament is going out of session July 28th, and so he has been very focused on himself and his ability to survive in leadership. The opposition has said that they will continue to support him in going forward with the ceasefire deal. So he really has a choice to make in terms of the future of his country and the strength and the stability of his country going forward by agreeing to accept the ceasefire deal that is now in front of him. And I would hope that this speech would be making that type of announcement. To me, that's the only reason he should be here at this point in this time, with what's going on in his country and what's going on in our country. And if he does anything short of that, it is going to be a terrible disappointment and not looking out for the best interests of his people.
Well, of course, Professor, it's not just that he's here in Washington for this speech. He's also going to be spending time separately tomorrow with both President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. And then we understand going to Florida to visit Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago on Friday. So if by the end of this week that ceasefire agreement has not been announced, if it can't happen while he's here on U.S. soil, are you confident that it will happen ever, if not now?
I'm concerned about that for the points that you raised, Kayleigh. I think there's perhaps a narrow window when he goes back of just a couple days before the Knesset, the parliament, goes out of session. I think he needs to do it, if not on U.S. soil, when the Knesset is still in session and then going out. Everything is lined up for him to do that at this point, if he's putting the best interests of his country first. And I do very much worry that this is a window that closes, or is maybe not closed permanently, but much harder to reopen if he doesn't move on this now.
Well, it also raises the question of not just how Netanyahu is going to be approaching this in the window he's considering, but the window President Biden is considering. He's getting ready to speak to the nation from the Oval Office tonight, outlining what he wants to accomplish with the remainder of what is going to be his only term as president. We understand a ceasefire agreement is a big part of that. But knowing that he is now effectively a lame duck, he will not be sitting in the Oval Office come January 2025. How do you think that changes the nature of Netanyahu's approach to him? How these two are going to be working together on this or not?
Well, I would say the experience I speak from is being one of a couple of deputy national security advisors for President Clinton in the last several months of his presidency. And I had the ability to talk to him just recently about and was reminded about how much he went full bore ahead to maximize everything he could do. Now, there are a variety of reasons that peace deal didn't work out. He very wisely at the time said that one of the things he was saddest about was that it was going to be years and years, and he feared thousands of deaths before people came back to essentially the same parameters that he had laid out in January of 2001. So there is history of working up to the very last minute. I fully expect that that's exactly what President Biden will be doing. And there's an argument that President Biden will have more ability to solely focus on these issues through the remainder of his term because he's not having to campaign at the same time. I'm not saying it's easy, and there'll be all sorts of calculations throughout the region, but it's so clearly in the United States' interest, in Israel's interest, in the region's interest to be pursuing the path that President Biden has been on with his administration, that I very much hope that he will have every opportunity to get done what he wants and needs to and has lined up to in these remaining 6 months.
Well, Mara, that's incredible perspective that you bring us, and we appreciate your experience in prior administrations at various similar times. Of course, as you mentioned, Biden no longer having to focus his energy on the campaign. Kamala Harris, though, very much focusing her energy on the campaign. If you were advising her, how should she approach the Israel question differently during the campaign and if she assumes the presidency?
So I actually really do believe that President Biden has partly from his years of experience, partly from dealing with all the actors, partly from just having a real sense of what is needed on the ground in the region and for the world and the inflection point that we are at. I think she should continue to execute on the policies that he has laid out and the way that he has been approaching it. Listen, his team has lined up at this point a deal with the Saudis that would be incredible for regional security. The Saudis have made clear the one thing that needs to happen is that Israel needs to agree to pursue a pathway to a two-state solution. And then it would strengthen the Saudis, the Israelis for sure, in terms of regional security and dealing with Iran. And I believe, as I believe President Biden does, that Israel will be safer and more secure, taking a pathway to a Palestinian state that can exist side by side with Israel. Not immediately, not tomorrow, but that's the route we need to be on. And so I believe that, that the vice president, that Kamala Harris, will pursue a very similar, if not an identical path.
Well, Professor, for those watching on Bloomberg TV, we were showing live images of what's happening inside the chamber as we prepare for this this address to a joint session of Congress from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the House Speaker. Mike Johnson is at the lectern, standing next to Senator Ben Cardin, who, of course, chairs the Foreign Affairs Committee in the Senate, who was not supposed to be presiding over this speech initially, but Patty Murray is not in the chamber today. She didn't want to do it. And Kamala Harris is not there either, who we were just speaking about. Professor, given how we opened this conversation, you essentially saying, politics aside, you should be there to listen to what is heard. Is it a mistake for the vice president not to be there in that room?
So, thanks, Kaylee. I would separate out the vice president and her schedule and what the last week has been like for her from members of Congress who are making this decision. I think she really is in an extraordinary period that is on very fast motion, came from obviously President Biden's courageous decision this weekend, just on Sunday. Hard to imagine that was just Sunday, right? And so at this point, she has to be maximally focused on doing everything she can to be the candidate for the party running for the presidential race. And that involved a schedule that I'm sure has blown up several times over the last few days. So I would really put it in that context. For members of Congress, it saddens me. These are people I like and respect. And I would just make a different call, a different decision on it. I'm very glad that Ben Cardin is there. He's someone else who has a tremendous amount of experience and feel for all the parties involved.
Yeah, well, to your point, Professor, it is worth pointing out that Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio also is not in the room. He, too, is out there campaigning, and the Trump campaign says that the justification for him not being there for Netanyahu is because he is carrying out his duties as vice presidential nominee, and that takes precedence over his duties as U.S. Senator today. Finally, as we see, as you were just speaking to Senator Cardin there, alongside House Speaker Mike Johnson, we know that at the beginning of Johnson's speakership, there were some stubbles over the question of funding for Israel and the way in which it was attached to supplemental funding for other allies, including Ukraine. Do you have an expectation that Israel is going to have to turn back to this Congress before it is wrapped up, before a new one sits in January, and ask for more? Does Israel have what it needs right now, or will the idea that they're trying to reach a ceasefire soon mean that nothing else goes over?
Well, Kaylee, it's a very good question. It shows, I believe the answer to it shows how interrelated various pieces are. We know that the work that our administration, the Biden administration, has done. So Israel is facing huge challenges on its northern border with Hezbollah. That has been held just barely from erupting in a way that would be devastating for the region, for the United States, for others. All of what's happened in Gaza and what the incoming to Israel pales in comparison to what would be the case if the northern border with Israel went full bore. It has been reported, and it makes sense to me, that getting a ceasefire deal in place with Hamas in Gaza will also help to damp down the challenges Israel has on its northern border with Hezbollah for a variety of reasons. If that is not possible, if the ceasefire deal doesn't happen, if we end up in a more precarious situation in the north, then Israel will absolutely need far more. And it will be very hard, given the various commitments the United States has, including to our own abilities in defense, to supply them in the time frame that they would need it. We would make every effort, I am sure, to do so, though, again, you point out Mike Johnson's difficulties with his members in the House on these issues. But it's one of many reasons why the ceasefire is the right move at the right time, very important.
All right, Mara, we so appreciate you joining us in this perspective that you bring today. Thank you so much. Mara Rudman, professor at the Miller Center at the University of Virginia and former envoy for the Middle East with the State Department. We appreciate your time as we look forward to, just in the next few minutes, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu taking the helm at that podium and addressing this joint session of Congress. I would point out that Elon Musk is also in the chamber for the speech today. We understand of interest, I'm sure, to our audience listening on Bloomberg Radio and watching on Bloomberg Television as we morph now from Balance of Power to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic also with me as we gear up, guys, to hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Elon Musk being there, right, Kaylee? Just a reminder of business, financial markets, politics. It all crisscrosses together. It really is the Bloomberg world. Kaylee Lines, thank you so much. So appreciate you setting us up. It is our focal point. Good afternoon, everybody. Live on Bloomberg Radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovic, and we are awaiting that address to a joint session of Congress by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We will take you there live as soon as it begins. Having said that, the trade, no doubt about it, is front and center, earnings front and center as well, Tim.
Yeah, the AI trade getting a healthy dose of reality right now. A disappointing start to the Mag 7 earnings, mega cap earnings, fueling speculation that the frenzy that's powered the bull market still needs to pay off. The NASDAQ 100, Carol, down the most in more than 1.5 years on an intraday basis.
Got to go back to December of 2022 to find us seeing this kind of drop when it comes to the NASDAQ 100. All right, so we are going to talk about why we are seeing the drag on the markets. A big reason why, two earnings that we got after the closing bell yesterday. We're talking about Alphabet and Tesla. They are selling off. They are disappointing. So what does it mean? We know the focus for investors for so long has been those big mega cap names. So we're going to walk through that, talk about maybe there are questions about the AI payoff and all the investments that are being made.
Also on the minds of investors, next week's meeting of the Federal Reserve, it's the July meeting. Former U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers on whether a rate cut is needed now, as former New York Fed President Bill Dudley said today in a Bloomberg column. If you haven't read that one, it is among the most read. Do check it out.
It really is. And in just a few minutes, as Kaylee mentioned, as we've been talking, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will address a joint session of U.S. Congress. We will be heading there live. We're watching the House floor, and we will take you there as soon as that begins. In the meantime, let's get an update on the trade for you and a check on your top business stories. Let's bring in Charlie Pellet.
Day for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Right now, we have got the S&P lower by 101 points, a decline of 1.8%. 54 right now on the S&P. We've got the Dow down 348, a decline of 0.9%. NASDAQ down 536, a drop right now 3%. Russell 2000 lower by 0.6%. 10-year 4.27% with a 2-year 4.40%. Spot gold, little change, down $1 the ounce right now, 24.08. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.9%, 77.64 for a barrel of WTI. A lot of today's sell-off having to do with earnings. We got Tesla lower by 11%. Rival Rivian lower as well, down 6%. And Alphabet right now down by 4.8% after last night's earnings report. On the plus side, though, Texas Instruments little changed, higher by about 0.1%. And of course, after the close of trading today, we hear from IBM. Bottom line, steep losses for stocks. 10-year yield 4.28%, the 2-year 4.41%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
A lot going on. You got it. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Well, top of mind right now, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will address a joint session of Congress expected to start in just a few minutes. We continue to monitor the House floor where we see members are certainly assembling. He is expected to make a staunch defense of Israel's actions in Gaza and cast it as part of the West's fight to contain Iran.
Many Democrats, including Vice President Kamala Harris, the now presumptive Democratic presidential nominee, will not be at the Capitol today as Netanyahu faces U.S. lawmakers who are divided over his actions in the Israel-Hamas war.
And I will say, as you scan the House floor, you do see some empty seats. The Prime Minister, on his first trip abroad since the war against Hamas started in October, is also scheduled to meet President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris tomorrow before traveling to Florida to see former President Donald Trump on Friday. As we await his comments, let's get to the co-host of Bloomberg's Balance of Power, Kaylee Lines, in our Washington, D.C. bureau. You've been teeing this up. Kaylee, this rally, is it safe to say, about the Prime Minister really rallying support here among U.S. lawmakers?
Yeah, and bringing his message to the American people of what Israel still is hoping to accomplish when it comes for Hamas. Remember, the Israeli government, led by Netanyahu, has been steadfast in their assertion that this is not over until Hamas has been completely destroyed. So we do expect we will hear some of that rhetoric. But of course, for Democrats, that's not necessarily what they want to hear from Netanyahu. What they are looking for is getting the hostages out of Gaza, including those American hostages that are still being held by Hamas, but also are pressing for a ceasefire agreement. Of course, if you're watching on Bloomberg TV, you do see lawmakers on their feet now clapping as we see entrances into the chamber, but not all lawmakers are there. You rightly point out, Carol and Tim, that we are seeing some Democrats who have chosen not to be there in the chamber for this today over concern about the way in which this government has continued to conduct the war in Gaza. Kamala Harris isn't there. Senator J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee, isn't there either. They both are on the campaign trail. So I would just point that out. But really, it's about exerting pressure on the government for those who are not in attendance to reach that ceasefire agreement. That's also very much what President Biden wants to achieve, as he is now looking at the last few months of his term and only term in the presidential office. He wants that deal done, and we expect that Biden will be making that clear to Netanyahu when they both speak at the White House tomorrow after this joint address, as Netanyahu is entering the chamber as we speak.
Very briefly, Kaylee, because it looks like he's making his way up there to address the joint session of Congress. How should investors, how should the American public, how should lawmakers view his trip to Mar-a-Lago tomorrow after meeting with President Biden and Vice President Harris?
Well, certainly it does seem the prime minister is looking to cover all his bases, as we all have the question of who will be helming the U.S. government come January of 2025. Certainly we have seen Netanyahu be a bit more of a politically polarizing figure when it comes and weighing in on politics when it comes, but we'll see to what extent he does so as he begins his remarks.
All right, let's go there now to the nation's capital and Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. All right, everybody, you are listening and watching, of course, Bloomberg Television and Radio. Again, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu before a joint session of Congress. As you can see, he just walked in, and many members there on their feet and certainly giving him a round of applause, if you will. As Kaylee mentioned, as we mentioned, though, not all members of Congress are there, as many dispute some of what we've seen in terms of his actions in the Israel-Hamas war. But again, he is expected to make comments any moment from now. But for those listening on radio, again, you are seeing many members of Congress on their feet. They are now sitting down.
Members of Congress, I now have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel.
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Senator Ben Cardin, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time. We meet today at a crossroads of history. Our world is in upheaval. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization. It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together. Because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose. And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing: we will win. Ladies and gentlemen, like December 7th, 1941, and September 11th, 2001, October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy. It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating at an outdoor music festival. And suddenly, at 6:29 a.m., as children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutzim next to Gaza, suddenly heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel. They butchered 1,200 people from 41 countries, including 39 Americans. Proportionately, compared to our population size, that's like 20 9/11s in one day. And these monsters, they raped women, they beheaded men, they burnt babies alive, they killed parents in front of their children, and children in front of their parents. They dragged 255 people, both living and dead, into the dark dungeons of Gaza. Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations. One of those freed hostages, Noor Gamani, is here in the gallery, sitting near my wife, Sarah. On the morning On the morning of October 7th, the entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle. I met Noah's mother, Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, "Prime Minister, I have one final wish. I wish to hug my daughter Noah one last time before I die." 2 months ago, I authorized a breathtaking commando rescue operation. Our special forces, including a heroic officer named Arnon Zmora, who fell in this battle, rescued Noah and 3 other hostages. Noah, I think it's one of the most moving things. When Noah was reunited with her mother, Leora, and her mother's last wish came true. Noah, we're so thrilled to have you with us today. Thank you. Many hostage families are also here with us today, including Eliyahu Bibas. Eliyahu Bibas is the grandfather of those 2 beautiful red-headed boys, the Bibas boys, toddlers. And they were taken hostage with their mother and and Eliyahu's son. The entire family was taken hostage. 2 beautiful red-haired children taken hostage. What monsters. And with us also is Iris Chaim, whose son Yotam bravely escaped Hamas captivity with 2 other Israelis, and tragically they were killed making their way back to our lines. We have with us also the families of American hostages. They're here. The pain these families have endured is beyond words. I met with them again yesterday, and I promised them this: I will not rest until all their loved ones are home, all of them. As we speak, we're actively engaged in intensive efforts to secure their release, and I'm confident that these efforts can succeed. Some of them are taking place right now. I want to thank President Biden for his tireless efforts on behalf of the hostages and for his efforts to the hostage families as well. I thank President Biden for his heartfelt support for Israel after the savage attack on October 7th. He rightly called Hamas sheer evil. He dispatched 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter a wider war. And he came to Israel to stand with us during our darkest hour, a visit that will never be forgotten. President Biden and I have known each other for over 40 years. I want to thank him for half a century of friendship to Israel and for being, as he says, a proud Zionist, actually he says a proud Irish American Zionist. My friends, for more than 9 months, Israel's soldiers have shown boundless courage. With us today, is Lieutenant Avichai Reuven. Avichai is an officer in the Israeli paratroopers. His family immigrated to Israel from Ethiopia. In the early hours of October 7th, Avichai heard the news of Hamas's bloody rampage. He put on his uniform, grabbed his rifle, but he didn't have a car. So he ran 8 miles to the front lines of Gaza to defend his people. You heard that right. He ran 8 miles, came to the front lines, killed many terrorists, and saved many, many lives. Avichai, we all honor your remarkable heroism. Another Israeli is with us here today, and he's stand up right next to Avichai. This is Master Sergeant Ashraf al-Bakhiri. Ashraf is a Bedouin soldier from the Israeli Muslim community of Rad. On October 7th, Ashraf too killed many terrorists. First, he defended his comrades in the military base, and he then rushed to defend the neighboring communities, including the devastated community of Kibbutz Be'eri. Like Ashraf, the Muslim soldiers of the IDF fought alongside their Jewish, Druze, Christian, and other comrades in arms with tremendous bravery. A third hero, Lieutenant Asa Sofer, is also here with us. Asa fought as an officer in the Tank Corps, and he was wounded in battle. He was wounded in battle while protecting his fellow soldiers from a grenade. He lost his right arm and the vision in his left eye. He's recovering, and incredibly, within a short time, Asa will soon return to active duty as a commander of a tank company. I just learned there is a fourth hero here, Lieutenant Jonathan Ben Chamo, who lost a leg in Gaza and continued to fight. My friends, these are the soldiers of Israel, unbowed, undaunted, unafraid. As the Bible says, Am kelavi yakum. They shall rise like lions. They have risen like lions. The lions of Judah, the lions of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women of the IDF come from every corner of Israeli society, every ethnicity, every color, every creed, left and right, religious and secular. All are imbued with the indomitable spirit of the Maccabees, the legendary Jewish warriors of antiquity. With us today is Yechiel Leiter, the father of one of those Maccabees. Yechiel's father escaped the Holocaust and found refuge in America. As a young man, Yechiel moved to Israel and raised a family of 8 children. He named his eldest son, Moshe, after his late father. Moshe became an exemplary officer in one of our elite commando units. He served with distinction for 2 decades while raising 6 beautiful children of his own. On October 7th, Moshe volunteered to return to combat. 4 weeks later, he was killed when a booby-trapped mine exploded in a tunnel shaft right next to a mosque. At his son's funeral, Yechiel said this: "If the state of Israel had not been established after the Holocaust, the image engraved in our collective memory would have been the photograph of that helpless Jewish boy in the Warsaw Ghetto holding his hands up in the air with Nazi rifles pointed at him. But because of the birth of Israel," Yechiel continued, "because of the courage of soldiers like my son Moshe, the Jewish people are no longer helpless in the face of our enemies." Yechiel, please rise so we can honor your son's sacrifice. And I pledge to you and to all the bereaved families of Israel, some of whom are in this hall today, the sacrifice of your loved ones will not be in vain. It will not be in vain, because for Israel, never again must never be an empty promise. It must always remain a sacred vow. And after October 7th, never again is now. My friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. Yet incredibly, many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers. They stand with people who came into the kibbutzim, into a home. The parents hid the children, the 2 babies, in the attic, in a secret attic. They murdered the families, the parents. They found the secret latch to the hidden attic, and then they murder the babies. These protesters stand with them. They should be ashamed of themselves. They refuse to make the simple distinction between those who target terrorists and those who target civilians, between the democratic state of Israel and the terrorist thugs of Hamas. We recently learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests in America. They want to disrupt America. So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. And I wish to salute the fraternity brothers at the University of North Carolina who protected the American flag against these anti-Israel protesters. For all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building. Not that many, but they're there, and throughout the city. Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots. Some of these protesters, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. Some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC. These protesters chant from the river to the sea, but many don't have a clue what river and what sea they're talking about. They not only get an F in geography, they get an F in history. They call Israel a colonialist state. Don't they know that the land of Israel is where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob prayed, where Isaiah and Jeremiah preached, and where David and Solomon ruled? For nearly 4,000 years, the land of Israel has been the homeland of the Jewish people. It's always been our home. It will always be our home. It's not only the campus protesters who get it wrong. It's also the people who run those campuses. 80 years after the Holocaust, the presidents of Harvard, Penn, and I'm ashamed to say my alma mater, MIT, couldn't bring themselves to condemn the calls for the genocide of Jews. You remember what they said? They said, it depends on the context. Well, let me give these befuddled academics a little context. Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hatred. For centuries, the massacre of Jews was always preceded by wild accusations. We were accused of everything from poisoning wells, to spreading plagues, to using the blood of slaughtered children to bake Passover matzahs. These preposterous anti-Semitic lies led to persecution, mass murder, and ultimately to history's worst genocide, the Holocaust. Now, just as malicious lies were leveled for centuries at the Jewish people, Malicious lies are now being leveled at the Jewish state. No, don't applaud. Listen. The outrageous slanders that paint Israel as racist and genocidal are meant to delegitimize Israel, to demonize the Jewish state, and to demonize Jews everywhere. And no wonder we've witnessed an appalling rise of anti-Semitism in America and around the world. My friends, whenever and wherever we see the scourge of anti-Semitism, we must unequivocally condemn it and resolutely fight it, without exception. And don't be fooled when the blood libels against the Jewish state come from people who wear fancy silk robes and speak in lofty tones about law and justice. Here's a case in point. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication. Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food, and that's more than 3,000 calories for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. If there are Palestinians in Gaza who aren't getting enough food, it's not because Israel is blocking it, it's because Hamas is stealing it. So much for that lie, but here's another. The ICC prosecutor accuses Israel of deliberately targeting civilians. What in God's green earth is he talking about? The IDF has dropped millions of flyers, sent millions of text messages, made hundreds of thousands of phone calls to get Palestinian civilians out of harm's way. But at the same time, Hamas does everything in its power to put Palestinian civilians in harm's way. They fire rockets from schools, from hospitals, from mosques. They even shoot their own people when they try to leave the war zone. A senior Hamas official, Fatri Hamad, boasted, listen to this, he boasted that Palestinian women and children excel at being human shields. His words, excel at being human shields. What monstrous evil. For Israel, every civilian death is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy. They actually want Palestinian civilians to die so that Israel will be smeared in the international media and be pressured to end the war before it's won. This would enable Hamas to survive another day and, as they vowed, to carry out October 7th again and again and again. Well, I want to assure you, no matter what pressure is brought to bear, I will never allow that to happen. The vast majority of Americans have not fallen for this Hamas propaganda. They continue to support Israel. And I want to say thank you, America, and thank you, senators and House members who continue to support us, continue to support Israel, continue to support the truth and see through the lies. But as for the minority that may have fallen for Hamas's con's job, I suggest you listen to Colonel John Spencer. John Spencer is head of urban warfare studies at West Point. He studied every major urban conflict. I was going to say in modern history. He corrected me, no, in history. Israel, he said, has implemented more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in history and beyond what international law requires. That's why, despite all the lies you've heard, the war in Gaza has one of the lowest ratios of combatants to non-combatants casualties in the history of urban warfare. And you want to know where it's lowest in Gaza? It's lowest in Rafah. In Rafah. Remember what so many people said? If Israel goes into Rafah, there'll be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of civilians killed. Well, last week, I went into Rafah. I visited our troops as they finished fighting Hamas's remaining terrorist battalions. I asked the commander there, how many terrorists did you take out in Rafah? He gave me an exact number, 1,203. I asked him, how many civilians were killed? He said, Prime Minister, practically none, with the exception of a single incident where shrapnel from a bomb hit a Hamas weapons depot and unintentionally killed 24 people. The answer is practically none. You want to know why? Because Israel got the civilians out of harm's way, something people said we could never do, but we did it. These heroes here today, the heroic soldiers of Israel, should not be condemned for how they're conducting the war in Gaza. They should be commended for it. I want to thank all of you here today who forcefully opposed the false accusations of the ICC and stood up for the truth. These lies are not only libelous, they're downright dangerous. The ICC is trying to shackle Israel's hands and prevent us from defending ourselves. And if Israel's hands are tied, America is next. And I'll tell you what else is next. The ability of all democracies to fight terrorism will be imperiled. That's what's on the line. So let me assure you, the hands of the Jewish state will never be shackled. Israel will always defend itself. My friends, in the Middle East, Iran is virtually behind all the terrorism, all the turmoil, all the chaos, all the killing. And that should come as no surprise. When he founded the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Khomeini pledged, "We will export our revolution to the entire world." We will export the Islamic revolution to the entire world. Now ask yourself, which country ultimately stands in the way of Iran's maniacal plans to impose radical Islam on the world? And the answer is clear. It's America, the guardian of Western civilization and the world's greatest power. That's why Iran sees America as its greatest enemy. Last month, we heard a revealing comment, ostensibly about the war in Gaza, but about something else. It came from the foreign minister of Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, and he said this: "This is not a war with Israel. Israel," he said, "is merely a tool. The main war, the real war, is with America." Iran's regime has been fighting America from the moment it came to power. In 1979, it stormed the American embassy. It held scores of Americans hostage for 444 days. Since then, Iran's terrorist proxies have targeted America in the Middle East and beyond. In Beirut, they killed 241 U.S. servicemen. In Africa, they bombed American embassies. In Iraq, they supplied explosives to maim and kill thousands of American soldiers. In America, they actually sent death squads. They sent death squads here to murder a former Secretary of State and a former National Security Advisor. And as we recently learned, they even brazenly threatened to assassinate President Trump. But Iran understands that to truly challenge America, it must first conquer the Middle East. And for this, it uses its many proxies, including the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Yet in the heart of the Middle East, standing in Iran's way, is one proud pro-American democracy, my country, the State of Israel. That's why the mobs in Tehran chant death to Israel before they chant death to America. For Iran, Israel is first, America is next. So when Israel fights Hamas, we're fighting Iran. When we fight Hezbollah, we're fighting Iran. When we fight the Houthis, we're fighting Iran. And when we fight Iran, we're fighting the most radical and murderous enemy of the United States of America. And one more thing. When Israel acts to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons that could destroy Israel and threaten every American city, every city that you come from, we're not only protecting ourselves, we're protecting you. My friends, if you remember one thing from the speech, remember this. Our enemies are your enemies. Our fight is your fight, and our victory will be your victory. Ladies and gentlemen, that victory is in sight. Israel's defeat of Hamas will be a powerful blow to Iran's axis of terror. Another part of that axis, Hezbollah, attacked Israel on October 8th, a day after the Hamas attack. It has launched thousands of missiles and drones against us. 80,000 of our citizens in northern Israel evacuated their homes, becoming effectively refugees in their own land. We are committed to returning them home. We prefer to achieve this diplomatically, but let me be clear. Israel will do whatever it must do to restore security to our northern border and return our people safely to their homes. Last Friday, a third Iranian proxy, the Houthis, attacked Tel Aviv with a deadly drone. It exploded a few hundred feet from the American consulate, killing one person and injuring 9. On Saturday, I authorized a swift response to that attack. All our enemies should know this. Those who attack Israel will pay a very heavy price. And as we defend ourselves, on all fronts, I know that America has our back, and I thank you for it. All sides of the aisle, thank you. My friends, for decades, America has provided Israel with generous military assistance, and a grateful Israel has provided America with critical intelligence that saved many lives. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth. I choose my words carefully. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth that help protect both our countries. And we also help keep American boots, we help keep Americans' boots off the ground while protecting our shared interests in the Middle East. I deeply appreciate America's support, including in this current war. But this is an exceptional moment. Fast-tracking U.S. military aid can dramatically expedite an end to the war in Gaza and help prevent a broader war in the Middle East. In World War II, as Britain fought on the front lines of civilization, Winston Churchill appealed to Americans with these famous words: "Give us the tools and we'll finish the job." Today, as Israel fights on the front line of civilization, I too appeal to America. Give us the tools faster and we'll finish the job faster. My dear friends, the war in Gaza could end tomorrow if Hamas surrenders, disarms, and returns all the hostages. But if they don't, Israel will fight until we destroy Hamas's military capabilities, end its rule in Gaza, and bring all our hostages home. That's what total victory means, and we will settle for nothing less. The day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza can emerge. My vision for that day is of a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Israel does not seek to resettle Gaza, but for the foreseeable future, we must retain overriding security control there to prevent the resurgence of terror, to ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. Gaza should have a civilian administration run by Palestinians who do not seek to destroy Israel. That's not too much to ask. It's a fundamental thing that we have a right to demand and to receive. A new generation of Palestinians must no longer be taught to hate Jews, but rather to live in peace with us. Those twin words, demilitarization and de-radicalization, those two concepts were applied to Germany and Japan after World War II, and that led to decades of peace, prosperity, and security. Following our victory, with the help of regional partners, the demilitarization and de-radicalization of Gaza can also lead to a future of security, prosperity, and peace. That's my vision for Gaza. Now, here's my vision for the broader Middle East. It's also shaped in part by what we saw in the aftermath of World War II. After that war, America forged a security alliance in Europe to counter the growing Soviet threat. Likewise, America and Israel today can forge a security alliance in the Middle East to counter the growing Iranian threat. All countries that are at peace with Israel and all those countries who will make peace with Israel should be invited to join this alliance. We saw a glimpse of that potential alliance on April 14th. Led by the United States, more than half a dozen nations worked alongside Israel to help neutralize hundreds of missiles and drones launched by Iran against us. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing that coalition together. The new alliance I envisioned would be a natural extension of the groundbreaking Abraham Accords. Those accords saw peace forged between Israel and 4 Arab countries by Republicans and Democrats alike. We could call, I have a name for this new alliance. I think we should call it the Abraham Alliance. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Like Americans, Israelis were relieved that President Trump emerged safe and sound from that dastardly attack on him, dastardly attack on American democracy. There is no room for political violence in democracies. I also want to thank President Trump for all the things he did for Israel, from recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, to confronting Iran's aggression, to recognizing Jerusalem as our capital and moving the American embassy there. That's Jerusalem, our eternal capital, never to be divided again. My dear friends, Democrats and Republicans, despite these times of upheaval, I'm hopeful about the future. I'm hopeful about Israel because my people, the Jewish people, emerged from the depths of hell, from dispossession and genocide. And against all odds, we restored our sovereignty in our ancient homeland. We built a powerful and vibrant democracy, a democracy that pushes the boundaries of innovation for the betterment of all humanity. I'm hopeful about America because I'm hopeful about Americans. I know how much the people of this country have sacrificed to defend freedom. America will continue to be a force for light and good in a dark and dangerous world. For free peoples everywhere, America remains the beacon of liberty its extraordinary founders envisioned back in 1776. Working together, I'm confident that our two nations will vanquish the tyrants and terrorists who threaten us both. As Israel's Prime Minister, I promise you this: no matter how long it takes, no matter how difficult the road ahead, Israel will not relent Israel will not bend. We will defend our land. We will defend our people. We will fight until we achieve victory. Victory over liberty, rather victory of liberty over tyranny, victory of life over death, victory of good over evil. That's our solemn commitment. And we will continue to work with the United States and our Arab partners to transform a troubled region from a backwater of repression, poverty, and war into a thriving oasis of dignity, prosperity, and peace. In this noble mission, as in many others, Israel will always remain America's indispensable ally. Through thick and thin, through thick and thin, in good times and in bad, Israel will always be your loyal friend and your steadfast partner. On behalf of the people of Israel, I came here today to say, thank you, America. Thank you for your support and solidarity. Thank you for standing in Israel, with Israel, in our hour of need. Together we shall defend our common civilization. Together, we shall secure a brilliant future for both our nations. May God bless Israel, may God bless America, and may God bless the great alliance between Israel and America forever.
You're, of course, listening to Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressing a joint session of Congress. For those who are listening on radio, there are members that are on the House floor that have been leaving the chamber. So just kind of monitoring that as we continue to listen to his comments. He's waving to the joint session of Congress. So looks like he is certainly wrapping up. It was roughly almost an hour speech or so, give or take a little bit. But again, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu telling a joint meeting of Congress that the U.S. must remain united with Israel in its war against Hamas. Many Democratic lawmakers did boycott the speech, and police used pepper spray against protesters outside the Capitol. Netanyahu telling House and Senate lawmakers, for the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together. When we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose. But he talked about many, many different issues, certainly of this war, but also stressing the relationship between the two.
This speech was extended in time because of so many standing ovations from many members of Congress. He did say that we meet today at a crossroads in history. He recounted what happened on October 7th, comparing it to 9/11 and also comparing it to Pearl Harbor. He thanked and acknowledged many members of the military and acknowledged hostages who had made the trip to the joint session of Congress. He also thanked President Biden several times.
He did?
Thanked President Trump as well. Talked about the campus protests and talked about what Israel has done to allow aid to enter, but many people would push back and say that Israel has not done enough.
Yeah, and I guess some of the things that certainly stood out for us, he did talk about the war ending tomorrow if Hamas surrendered and all of the hostages were returned. Otherwise, he said Israel will fight until it destroys all of Hamas's military capabilities, until all those hostages, too, are brought home. He did say the day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza can emerge. He says Israel does not seek to resettle Gaza. Gaza should be run by Palestinians, but that indeed Israel seeking a demilitarization and de-radicalization of Gaza, really kind of referencing, saying the same applied to Germany after World War II. But he did stress that Gaza must be administered by Palestinians. Well, a lot certainly said. We want to get back to the co-host of Bloomberg Balance of Power, Kayleigh Lyons, who has been listening to this speech as well from our Washington, D.C. bureau, speaking to many members in the Senate and House there. A lot of standing ovations, a lot of energy, although we did see some members felt like leave a little bit early at the end. Kelly, what stood out for you as, of course, the Israel Prime Minister will, tomorrow meet with President Biden? Our understanding will also meet with Vice President Harris, and then on Friday meet with former Vice President Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Carol. The Israeli Prime Minister clearly covering all of his bases with current and potential future U.S. presidents. Of course, we heard reference to them, as you and Tim mentioned in his speech. He thanked Donald Trump for being a friend to Israel during his administration, and also thanked Joe Biden for being what he said, a proud Irish-American Zionist, and also for his assistance in coordinating the response to the Iran attack on Israel back on April 14th. But what also stood out to me about this speech was, as he was calling for the U.S. to fast-track aid, he kept saying, get it to us faster so we can finish the job faster. We heard references to that idea of finishing the job many times throughout the speech. To me, it did not sound very much like a Netanyahu who is looking at the immediate future at a ceasefire. He did talk about how the war could end tomorrow if Hamas were to surrender, to give back all of the hostages and essentially accept Israel's terms. But we know what Hamas wants and what Israel wants are very different. And Joe Biden is very much pressuring Israel to accept a ceasefire agreement. So interesting to hear that from the prime minister there, as well as this notion that he seemed to be trying to convey to the members of Congress in the room and really to the country as a whole, is that Israel and the U.S. need to stand together, and that Israel is really the front line of protecting democratic interests in the Middle East. He made a number of references to that idea, saying that Iran sees America as its worst enemy, and that Israel is standing in the way of Iran in the Middle East because Iran knows it needs to control the Middle East to really be able to challenge the United States. At one point, he said, we are fighting the most radical and merciless enemy of the United States. We are not only protecting ourselves, we are protecting you. So clearly a plea from the Israeli prime minister here to continue to provide aid to Israel, but essentially doing it through this lens of Israel being providing aid to the U.S. in terms of security in the Middle East in return.
Kayleigh, we saw a lot of the folks who were there as the Prime Minister of Israel was making his speech, including many members of Congress. There were also, Elon Musk was in attendance as well. Who wasn't there, though? And what does that say about Netanyahu and how he was received in Israel?
There were many members not there.
Excuse me.
Yeah, understood, Tim. It's actually notable when Netanyahu first began speaking, he thanked all of the senior members of Congress that were there, talking about Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, of course, the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, also thanking Senator Ben Cardin, who chairs the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate, who was presiding over that because Kamala Harris was not in the room, and Senator Patty Murray also decided not to attend this speech. She would usually be filling that role. So those were some of the most notable absences, but there were many others. The number 2 Democratic Senator Dick Durbin was also not there. I could go down what is a pretty extensive list, as many decided on principle they didn't want to show up for Netanyahu's speech because of concern about the conduct of Israel in Gaza. Of course, Netanyahu, during the course of this speech, tried to cast a lot of that concern as lies when it comes to actions taken to protect civilians there. The notion that they're intentionally starving people, for example, he said was a fabrication. I would note one exceptional person in attendance was Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. She, of course, is Palestinian, the first elected official woman from Palestine in U.S. Congress. And she was sitting there pretty much silently, we understand, holding up a sign that on one side said war criminal, on the other side said guilty of genocide. So that gives you a sense of what she was bringing to the chamber. And of course, it was interesting to hear Netanyahu openly criticizing protesters that are in and around D.C. today, protesting his speech, talking about how they are on the side of evil, that ultimately this is about good and evil. He had some harsh words for the presidents or former presidents of universities like MIT and Harvard, board as well, really casting a shadow on those protesting forces.
Well, a great debrief. Kaylee, as always, Kaylee Lyons, co-host of Bloomberg Balance of Power. Catch her at 5 p.m., Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television.
For more on Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments, let's go to Tel Aviv, where it's just after 10 o'clock p.m., and we find Bloomberg News economy and government reporter Galit Altstein joining us. Galit, give us the context, the Israel context for Netanyahu's visit to the United States, the way his popularity has wavered, and what he's up against in Israel as he makes his case here in the U.S.
Yes. So I think what would be underlining Netanyahu's very complex political situation back home in Israel is actually not a speech that he gave tonight, but the meeting that he's set to have with President Joe Biden tomorrow. And on the table in this meeting will be a ceasefire deal in Gaza that will also involve the release of Israeli hostages and of Palestinian prisoners. And this is a deal that has been in the works for several weeks, maybe even several months. And Netanyahu, he's said to have been stalling, taking his time in promoting this deal because of political challenges that he's been having at home. And that, in essence, means that part of the parties in his ruling coalition back home are very hard-right nationalist parties who oppose any sort of ceasefire in Gaza, especially given the terms that have been discussed as part of such an agreement. And he's said to be waiting for the Israeli parliament to go on recess, and that happens next week already. And the recess is long; it's a 3-month recess. And now everyone is waiting to see if once Parliament is in recess, and it's harder to topple Netanyahu's government when Parliament is in recess, whether he can reach such a deal. So we have now a situation where President Joe Biden is said to be slightly more relieved, perhaps, of some strings that he had been attached to when he was still, running for re-election. And we have Netanyahu relieved of some of the political pressure, at least from now at home. And we have Hamas that we know has slightly softened his demands. So maybe everything can align now for a ceasefire deal to be accomplished. That will also affect, the situation with Iran-backed Hezbollah alongside Israel's northern border.
Galit.
Also, the Houthi attacks, and it will have many implications.
Right. Galit, I want to ask you one question, if I may, just a follow-up. We know the October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel killed about 1,200 people. Israel's retaliatory and ongoing air and ground assault has claimed more than 39,000 lives in Gaza, according to the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza. And then we've got hundreds of thousands of people in Israel, Lebanon, and the Palestinian territory of Gaza whose lives have been upended since that Hamas attack in October of last year. I am curious, for the people on the ground in Israel, is there public support for the war to continue?
So I think Israel is very much divided on that. There are, about, I would say it splits almost, in the middle. I think there is now, as we speak, there is a slight majority who does favor at least a temporary ceasefire, because the issue of the Israeli hostages that are still being held in Gaza, their number is around 120. We do not know how many of them are alive. About 40-50% of them are presumed dead, but we don't know that for sure. But the ones that are alive, the Israeli public favors them.
Connection lost.
And for that to happen, that would require a ceasefire. So I think that in this point in time, the Israeli public slightly favors a ceasefire, a temporary one, but that does not mean that some of these people don't want to see Israel going back to fighting, once a temporary ceasefire is ended and at least some of these hostages have come back home. So, like I said, it's basically split down the middle, more or less.
Galit, we thank you so much for taking the time and staying up late in Tel Aviv for us. That's Galit Altshine, Bloomberg News economy and government reporter, joining us from Tel Aviv.
All right, folks, this is certainly our world. We are focusing so much on the politics, the geopolitical of our world right now, certainly the last few weeks. But we are also in the midst of earnings season, and we're also in the midst of a market where you've got Wall Street getting a bit of a reality check after a disappointing start of that mega cap earnings season, some concerns over the AI frenzy. Having said that, while the major market averages, we are seeing a fair amount of selling today. One name that's definitely standing out is Mattel. Shares of Mattel are up about 9.5% today after the toy maker reported second quarter adjusted earnings per share that came in ahead of Wall Street estimates. Analysts were also positive on the results, highlighting the company's gross margin performance, which Morgan Stanley said had remained impressive. Second quarter revenue, it was declined to $1.08 billion. Did miss the $1.1 billion average of estimates compiled by Bloomberg by just a little bit. But we want to get into the quarter, the business, so much that's going on. Back with us is Ynon Kreiz. He's Mattel chairman and CEO. As a reminder, Mattel has the brands Barbie, Fisher-Price, Hot Wheels, American Girl, and many more. And I feel like in this very heavy environment, Ynon, we are grateful to talk about the business of toys. Having said that, we are so delighted to have you back. Welcome back. How are you?
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Tim. Great to be here.
Now, I would say we would be remiss in this heavy environment that we want to just talk a little bit about the environment. You've been to the White House. We have talked politics with you before. You are from Israel. We've talked with you many times since that attack last October. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, before that joint session of the U.S. Congress, as a CEO, how are you navigating all of this? How are you thinking about the geopolitics that continues to be a part of our world today?
Well, of course, this is an important part of our life these days, especially for me as an Israeli. I keep thinking about the hostages and pray for their release as soon as possible.
What about when it comes to today's speech by Netanyahu? Is this something that's on your radar? It's the fourth time that he's addressed Congress, the first time that he's been in the United States since the war began. As somebody from the country, how is it on your radar?
Of course, it's on my radar. I haven't seen it, to be honest. I've been talking to our investors all morning following our earnings, but it's something I intend to watch later today. And so I'm sure we'll catch up with everything that was said in Congress today and the reactions in America, in Israel, and around the world.
All right, one more question on politics. The U.S. race, which you know has consumed our world, all of the country the last 3 weeks. The November outcome, does it matter for you as someone who runs a company, a well-known, publicly iconic brand, global company? Does it matter who's in the White House come November for you?
Of course, we are following everything very closely, the election process leading up to the November elections. But as a company, we have a long-standing history of working with all government leaders around the world, not just in the U.S., and we are focused on executing our strategy and confident that we can work with everyone across the political spectrum.
How would your strategy, Ynon, change if we saw former President Trump return to the White House and continue to see perhaps an even harsher stance toward China, increased tariffs, for example, that he's talked about? How would that affect your business?
Well, as a company, our job is to design a flexible organization that can respond and react to market changes. And I'm not commenting specifically about tariffs or China, but in general, this is what we do as a company. We have a very strong supply chain, a very versatile business model, and we are designed to be able to respond to changes in the market, in supply chain, or consumer taste for that matter. And this is something that we've done a really good job at over the last few years to create a flexible and responsive organization that can adjust and operate in different types of environments.
Ynon, what does flexible and responsive mean in terms of geography? Where is your supply chain right now in terms of in China versus other parts of the world? Like, how much of your products that are sold around the world are made in China versus other countries?
In China, we make less than half of our product today. Industry average is about 80 to 85%, so we indexed meaningfully less than the industry. And we continue to diversify our manufacturing footprint. This is not necessarily in response to any geopolitical risk, but as a company, our job is to create that flexibility. So we're continuing to diversify our manufacturing footprint, our own factories, and some of the vendors that we work with across different geographies to make sure that we have the right capabilities and still the ability to mobilize resources and adjust to opportunities, as well as any changes in cost structure, in tariffs, and capabilities that we are looking to continue to add to strengthen our capability, our offering.
All right, so as promised, let's get to the quarter, let's get to the business. So talk to us about the quarter that was and the outlook. Tell us about where you are feeling real strength, where you are feeling some challenges.
Well, this was a good second quarter and a good first half of Mattel, with significant gross margin expansion and improved profitability. We continue to strengthen our balance sheet and more than double free cash flow in the trailing 12 months. The industry performed better than we anticipated, and Mattel gained share globally in the second quarter and the first half. And you talked about it before, Carol and Tim, I believe. We spoke about how we continue to position the company for growth. We expect to grow in the second half of the year and reiterated our full-year guidance for the company. Looking ahead, we expect to outpace the industry, continue to gain more share in 2024, and grow sales and earnings in 2025.
So talk to us about some of the different brands. Fisher-Price launching, something I grew up with big time, launching its new line, Fisher-Price Wood, recently. How is that being received by retailers and by consumers? And do you anticipate that this could be maybe, a really top seller come the holidays?
Fisher-Price is such an incredible brand. It will be celebrating its 94th anniversary this year. Fisher-Price grew 11% in the second quarter, reflecting the early success of our new strategy, which is working well. We expect Fisher-Price to grow in the second half, to grow for the full year, driven by a new line of the wood segment that you mentioned, that was now expanding globally, more core lines, product that are growing, and new franchises that we're adding to a Little People collector. The brand is just is so much part of culture and has great trust by parents and families. We, in terms of performance in the category, outperformed the industry, gained share in the infant, toddler, and preschool category in the second quarter and the first half, and was the number one. Mattel was the number one toy company globally in the category.
Ynon, what about Hot Wheels? Growth in gross billings for Hot Wheels was relatively weak in the second quarter. Give us an idea of the catalyst. Tell the investing audience about the catalyst for a rebound for the holiday selling season, and if there are any new products or advertising coming to help push it.
Yeah, Hot Wheels is another incredible brand. Hot Wheels is on track for its seventh consecutive record year. We couldn't be more excited and confident about where Hot Wheels is growing. It grew in the second quarter 5%, with more activation planned for the second half. We're growing the adult collector line and more adult product. We're broadening distribution globally for Hot Wheels specifically, as well as the rest of the portfolio. And we expect to accelerate growth in the RC and skate lines, and of course have another season of Hot Wheels Let's Race on Netflix that is launching this fall. So great product, activated by more content, and just a great line by Hot Wheels, on track for its seventh consecutive year of growth.
All right, so Hot Wheels for guys and gals, or kids, boys and girls, but also Barbie for boys and girls, whoever wants it. But let's talk Barbie, which is another one of the iconic brands, certainly of Mattel. Barbie brand. I'm looking at, though, second quarter, right, sales held back by a 6% decline in global billings for the company's flagship doll segment, which includes Barbie. Tough year-over-year comparisons in the second half. Did the movie, what are you continuing to see in terms of the impact that has had on the Barbie line? And do you expect the brand to return to growth maybe next year?
Barbie is an incredible brand that never sits still. And the movie expanded the audience even more, as you would imagine. Barbie was the #1 doll property globally and continued to gain share in the second quarter. This year, we're celebrating Barbie's 65th anniversary with multiple activations and a new brand campaign that we're launching in the fall. We're launching also new segments supported by more shelf space in the second half, so Barbie will have even more reach into in the marketplace. We're launching a new offering for adult collectors as well as we did for Hot Wheels, and there will be more content on Netflix targeting the kids' audience. Barbie has consistently gained global share and continued to strengthen its position as the leader in the dolls category. And you know, Carol, very few brands have the cultural relevance as Barbie. And we couldn't be more confident about the incredible franchise, about this incredible franchise and where it will go from here.
Well, I have to tell you, Ynon, in the newsroom earlier this morning, a bunch of us, I will say all women, Cece, myself, and Elizabeth having a conversation. I was kind of very much into Barbie, but I also talked about American Girl, where my daughter was kind of all over it, and so was Cece and Elizabeth. Anyway, we talked for a while about this. I am curious about American Girl, where it still fits into your portfolio, because it's interesting. It has evolved, and we kind of went back to the beginning of the brand before it was even owned by you guys, about that it really, taught young individuals, young women, young girls about history, and they were very much tied to it. Now you've got a Gap American Girl, you've got Disney collaborations. What's the thinking around American Girl?
American Girl is a valued asset within the Mattel portfolio with significant fan base and great product. American Girl grew for the second quarter in a row, and we saw how American Girl is outpacing the industry in the large doll category and the overall doll category, especially in the 18-inch dolls, and was up double digit. We saw the flagship stores up, especially the new store in LA that was up high double digit. And we continue to optimize the retail footprint to make sure that we are creating a holistic omni-channel experience for fans. And as you say, part of the success is how we evolve the brand and how we infuse brand purpose, but also cultural relevance. And this is part of our secret sauce in the Mattel playbook, and how we continue to stay relevant and take brands that are timeless and make them timely, and reach and engage consumers today, and touch fans everywhere, touch their heart and mind, and do things that really matter in society, and engage fans at an emotional level.
I have to ask you, I know there's been a Wall Street Barbie. I don't know that there's been an American Girl who works in investment banking, but having said that, a report on Monday that you guys have received a takeover approach from L. Catterton, the private equity firm backed by LVMH. You've come out and said that you believe the company can achieve a higher market value if it continues as an independent company. Are you open? First of all, have they approached you, and are you open to doing a deal?
Well, as you would expect, we don't comment on the speculation.
It's just you and me now, Ynon. It's just you and me.
So just between us, just between the three of us. What I can say is that we're very confident in Mattel's strategy and our ability to create long-term shareholder value as a standalone company. This is what we're doing. You're seeing it in the quarter. You're seeing it at the start of this year. And you're seeing it since the start of the turnaround in 2018. It's in the numbers. It's in our growth in top line by $1 billion. It's how we continue to improve our adjusted gross margin by almost 1,000 basis points and guided to a higher number, another 100 to 150 points this year. Adjusted EBITDA grew 7.5 times since we started the turnaround. And our free cash flow went from a negative $325 million to more than $700 million. At the end of last year.
Yeah.
And of course, we are now investment grade.
So it's not
so
just
we're very well positioned.
So it's not just about price, maybe a better price?
Well, it's about creating long-term shareholder value. And we are well positioned to build on our multi-year trajectory and continue to execute our strategy, and expect the share price to reflect this over time.
What would make you do a deal?
Well, broadly speaking, we are here to create long-term shareholder value. And we do it in every day. This is what we focused on. And we consistently execute and deliver on the strategy. That's what we focused on. And we believe that we create that value, long-term shareholder value, as a standalone company.
So to that point, Lena Dunham stepping away from the Polly Pocket movie, what are your plans for that brand? And tell us what's the next, big screen. And, I think you guys have a ton of projects in the works. What can we look forward to?
Yes, we're very excited by the progress we're seeing in our film strategy, Mattel Films. Of course, the Barbie movie set the scene, but there's so much more. And we currently have 16 projects in the making. We recently announced a release date for Masters of the Universe. This will be June 5th of 2026. We announced a new director for Matchbox and a new movie for Monster High at Universal with Akiva Goldsman, a two-time Oscar-winning writer and producer. So there's a lot that is going on with everything at Mattel Films. The Polly Pocket project is progressing. Lily Collins is still attached, and we're very excited about how this movie is shaping up, as well as the rest of the film slate. That again is all about collaborating with leading filmmakers to make standout quality movies based on our iconic brands that will resonate in culture and appeal to global audiences.
Enon, Ken wants to know: does he get a movie? Does he get a movie?
Well, of course, we continue to look for opportunities to engage fans every way we can. And one day maybe you will have a movie as well.
I'm hoping. I'm going to count on you. Maybe you can help me with that.
You had a Hot Wheels on your desk, but you gave it to my son.
I've had little cameos in movies, courtesy of Bloomberg Programming. Enon, thank you as well. A lot on your plate. So appreciate all the time you always give us and find for us. Great to check in with you. Enon Kreis, of course, folks. He is the CEO and chairman of Mattel, joining us. As we said, Mattel shares are up 9%. They're up almost 16% this week, 15% pop on Monday, courtesy of some, maybe that there
deal
could
chatter.
Be a
Deal
chatter.
chatter. How does that sound?
I'm trying to figure out the right words to say it.
Coming up next, we're going to speak to the CEO of the largest company that you've probably never heard of. Before that, though, let's get a check on the latest business news and how that market's doing, because we got less than a half hour to go, Charlie Pellet.
Indeed, and it is a brutal day for the bulls, Tim. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ deeply in the red, but to characterize this, we have got the worst day for the S&P 500 index since the height of the regional banking crisis in March of 2023. Right to the numbers, S&P 500 index now down 123 points, 54.32, a drop of 2.2%. The Dow now trading below 40,000, 39,912 on the Dow, down 445 points, a decline of 1.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index is now lower by 640 points, a drop there of 3.6%, while the NASDAQ 100 Index down 3.5%, the Russell 2000 down 1.7%. 10-year 4.27%, with the 2-year now yielding 4.41%. Spot gold down 0.2%, 24.05 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%, 77.55 a barrel. Tesla, Alphabet both hit hard after earnings last night. Tesla now down 11.9%. We've got shares of Alphabet lower by 5.1%. What can we read into other companies whose fortunes are tied to artificial intelligence? Kate Moore is head of thematic strategy at BlackRock Financial.
We don't actually think most of these AI and AI-oriented companies are going to have trouble with their earnings. Remember, they're later reporters. They report kind of late next week or in through August. I think those are going to be the real show-me moments for the theme. That said, when we're at these kind of price-to-perfection levels and we're at such huge premiums to other parts of the market, it's just good risk management to trim a little bit.
And that is Kate Moore of BlackRock again, recapping here. S&P 500 index down now by 2.2%. Worth repeating on NASDAQ, lower now by 3.5%. The NASDAQ 100 index tumbling 3.5%. 10-year yield 4.27%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, as I mentioned, our next guest is the CEO of the largest company that you've probably never heard of, unless you work in the industry. Burns & McDonnell is an engineering, architecture, construction, and environmental and consulting firm that plays in just a ton of industries. We're talking aviation infrastructure, healthcare, military construction, consumer product manufacturing, food and beverage production, oil, gas, chemicals, renewable energy, telecommunications, and more.
Kind of the economy in a snapshot. It's 100% employee-owned. They've got more than 70 offices in the U.S. and around the world. Needless to say, Leslie Duke has a good idea. She's probably got a great idea of how economies, Tim, around the world are doing.
Welcome, Leslie Duke, CEO of Burns & McDonnell, based in Kansas City, but joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. How are you?
Very good, Tim. Thank you so much for having me. It's good to be here with you both today, and I look forward to visiting with, I think, some very interesting things going on in the energy and data center markets. It's a really fascinating time.
Yeah, we talk a lot about energy and data centers because data centers are using so much energy. We're going to get to that in just a minute, but I want to start big picture because, as I mentioned, you guys play in everything. So you have a really good understanding of how economies around the world are doing. At a high level, what are you seeing out there, specifically in the U.S.?
Sure, we're mostly domestically focused, so I think I have a pretty good pulse on the U.S. marketplace. Things are busy in the infrastructure business. We're soliciting and receiving a lot of work still. I think there was a little bit of a slowdown in the second quarter would be what I would feel, maybe a little into first quarter. We're back to a nice rhythm of work coming through our doors. Construction has been robust throughout. And a lot of people ask me about the election and how that's impacting our business. And we do think there's some finance that's slowed down. People are kind of waiting on some things. But generally speaking, there's still a lot to do. So some of the funding that's come out of the government recently, the IIJA and IRA funding, has really fueled a lot of projects in our industry. And
so that's been good for business.
It has been great for business. And I think that it's also, we're a little bit of a counter economy business as it is. So we're resilient in that way. But I think that then there are these other business, renewable energy or data centers that are coming in at a time where other things may be slowing down. And when you have the diversity Burns & Mac does, you are able to swing your workforce over and start to respond to things that are very, very hot right now. And we certainly are seeing that across the board when it comes to both.
When you do a project, though, I mean, how long does it go on for? So it kind of gives you a certain amount of lead time, right? When you say that you guys are kind of counter, the economy in terms of what's going on, the cycles, give us an idea, remind us.
Sure, it depends on the project. So there's some that are pretty quick hitters. Data, for example, is very fast moving. They can build a data center in less than 2 years. Now,
because it's basically a box with a bunch of machines.
A box and a bunch of machines. Now they do need a lot of power.
If you can get the electricity
That's
for
right.
it.
They need power.
If you can get the electricity for it, yeah.
That's exactly right. And power is really, we laugh a lot about it, but it is becoming extremely constrained because the need is growing. The hyperscale is real. So the scarcity of places in the United States that can actually attract hyperscale is shrinking. So it's harder and harder to find a place you can put a hyperscale data center.
So is that constraining the development of data centers right now, the build out?
It is changing the way that they're looking at how they need to get ahead of it. So I think there's a much broader look at how to approach data and power, including owning it themselves. So data may not wait on an electric utility today, and they may start to own their own power island. Off-grid, maybe use the grid for reliability and backup power, but not primary generation. So I think the data centers are being extremely creative right now in what they're willing to consider in the way that they keep this business going. It's fast-paced, it's not slowing down, it's highly competitive. They can't afford, in some cases, to wait for the utility process, the regulatory hurdles are real. And so those are things that are really headwinds to data if data doesn't take charge. And so then you've got utilities that are like, hey, we don't want to lose that load. We want to continue to attract businesses into our business. And so they're upping the ante. They're trying to bring power faster.
But is it helping then to build that renewable power faster? Because we have seen folks, whether I think it's in Amazon and some others, if they obviously need the data centers, and then they're linking up with those who have, access to the renewable power side.
Sure. I think, we've never been busier in renewable. And so the renewable business is all utilities are pivoting to a greener future and a carbon-free future. So that's been a part of our business here in recent years that has really motivated a lot of business for us. All of big data is interested in green energy. So when they're ahead of it and they have capacity in that, then it follows suit that data is going to be attracted to them. And then we do see a resurgence of natural gas coming in to do some backup power. Bridge fuel is what we tend to call it, where we know it's going to take longer to get some of the bigger clean fuel, the base load generation that can be built
So to bridge
clean.
it until you get it, basically.
Right, so I think natural gas is the solution for that. And I even think that you see data accepting that to some degree. And it used to be kind of a polarizing political issue. Yeah. Both sides of the aisle are saying, yes, we get it. To stabilize and have reliable power, we've got to accept that natural gas is going to get us there. And some of the things like modular reactors, small modular reactors. We love SMR as a technology, but the runway's long, right? It's going to take time.
The problem is we haven't seen any of them built to fruition at this point.
That's right. It's an unproven and even just take the regulatory process. Right. Well, how patient is data going to be? And so they have to have a solution today that can get them what they need as soon as they can get it. Mm-hmm. They need to have power to interconnect to, but they have the investment dollars that could kickstart that. And I think that we're finding some interesting conversations going on with the long-term picture, because this is the beginning. I mean, we're talking about AI, but it's e-commerce, it's cloud computing, it's
everybody, right?
So many things. And so this is a trajectory that they're in the long game for. And so I think you're going to see short game, long game, natural gas short game, and then we'll see what emerges in the long game for cleaner, carbon-free solutions. I'm real excited about the possibilities.
Do you think that, and you said, support for a bridge fuel to get us to a greener future is bipartisan. No question, though, that Republicans are more supportive of fossil fuels. We saw that just last week at the RNC and the conversation around that from the speeches. Are you concerned that if Republicans do retake the White House, green energy and investment in green energy will get pushed back, will slow down?
I'm not. And I think it could create a bit of a change. Sure, regulatory, it always matters, but the truth is that the consumer's committed to it and companies are committed to it. Our utilities are committed to it. Most have named dates that they want to have their goals met by. They're all marching quickly towards those goals, striving to get there. Those things are resilient to the politics of the time. And so I do believe you're going to see it continue. And even during the Trump administration, we never saw larger growth in solar than we did during his term as president. And that's just because of this tenacious appetite for clean energy that the world has. So I don't see that slowing down. And I think that there's a more pragmatic approach in some ways to renewable energies needing some backup, reliable power to make sure that you can continue to invest in renewables and not become disruptive.
Because of your vantage point, as Tim said, largest company you probably never heard of, but you probably should have heard of it because of the different types of industries you play into. What about your business and what you are seeing do you think might surprise the Bloomberg audience?
I think probably how much of the value stream we're involved in. Everybody knows us. We're number one in power. We're number two in data as an engineer construction company. So everybody that does know Burns & Mac knows us there. But I would say most people would probably be surprised at how far upstream we go in the consultancy side of studying the power grids in the United States, really helping utilities and other interconnect companies come into the right power purchase agreements. We're very much in the permitting side of air and land permitting. So we really have a perspective that really is ahead of what's coming in our consultancy group. We call it our 1898 & Co. That's the year we were founded 126 years ago. But I think that's always a little surprising to people that haven't tapped into that brain of Burns & Max.
Not to be confused with an offshoot of the Kevin Costner.
Exactly. Very confusing.
I was seeing it on the website. Sure. Yeah, it's not. The Dutton family. It's not an offshoot of the Dutton family. I do want to know about revenue, where the revenue comes from, in terms of private industry customers coming after you, your customers who are in private sector, versus municipalities, states, and the federal government?
Sure, it's a great question. I'll start with the last and say, municipalities and the federal government, they've really, found funding in some of the recent government action. And so there's a pretty robust amount of government work coming out. So we see a lot going on there. We see an enormous amount of work in manufacturing. That's a broad bucket of business, but it gets real surgical when you start looking at it. It's reshoring of products that we learned we needed to build here in the U.S.
Is that
That's
continuing,
happening.
that trend?
It is continuing. You can see it in land prices in the right places. Logistic companies are really seeing, land prices go up. So manufacturing is real. And then even like in our refining space, the focus on renewable fuels and feedstock that's renewable. And so some of that is super interesting. I think people would be really thrilled at the work that's being done there and the amount of time and energy going into trying to reframe the game. And I think airlines are at the tip of that. They really are very interested, very mindful of the environment around us, and they're trying to figure out how they can pivot to renewable fuels. So there's exciting things going on in any microcosm of our markets, but when you really look closer, what's driving it, it's not that dissimilar. And so people are focused on trying to clean things up and get things regulated. And I believe in a carbon-free future that is possible if we keep down this road. And so I think it's exciting times.
Some would say we don't have a choice
That's right.
based on what's going on. Hey, Leslie, just got about 30 seconds left here. Because you have such a great window into so much of what's going on, and I know you say you're kind of counter to the economy or what's going on potentially. Any signs of slowdown, recession? Give us an idea. We are Bloomberg. We always look at these metrics.
We are not seeing significant slowdown. And so, I think if we see headwinds, it's in some of the procurement streams. Some of the global procurement that we do is seeing continued strife and difficulty, electronics in particular. We are really struggling. And by the way, the world is electrical. I say the world is run by electrical engineers. They just haven't figured it out yet. But everything's becoming electrified. And so you look at cars, we talk about that all the time, but it's not just that. It's automation in every walk of our lives. And those things are really struggling in a global economy. And the logistics of electronics is still something we're struggling to meet demand. And it is the long lead items on all of our projects, regardless of industry and marketplace.
Leslie, really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you for having me.
CEO of Burns & McDonnell, based in Kansas City, here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
And now, folks, you've heard of them. So, and if you missed any of that conversation, check it out on our podcast feed. All right, folks, let's get a check and an update on the trading day because we have seen a fair amount of selling. Back over to Charlie Pellet we go.
Much Carol Massler, just a brutal day for the bulls today with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in steep decline. 14 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Wall Street getting a big-time reality check after a disappointing start of mega-cap earnings season. Fuel concern that the AI frenzy that has powered the bull market might be overblown. Case in point, Tesla plunging 11.5%. Rivian down by 6.5%. Alphabet after earnings down now by 5%. Here's where we stand. Again, 14 minutes to go. S&P down 119 points. Very close to session lows, a drop now of 2.2%. The Dow down 469, down 1.2%. It is now below 40,000, 39,888 on the Dow. We've got the NASDAQ Composite Index down 3.4%. NASDAQ is down 608 points. The NASDAQ 100 Index down 659 points, a drop of 3.4%. 10-year, 4.27%. The 2-year, 4.41%. Spot gold down 0.3%. 24.03 an ounce, while crude is up by about 0.9%. 77.63. Bottom line here, S&P on track for its worst slide since the height of the regional bank crisis in March of 2023. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us. This is the Drive to the Globe.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody.
TikTok,
as I like to say.
Is it TikTok?
It is.
All right.
Man, a lot going on. As you know, there's about 12 minutes left in today's trading session. Charlie just breaking down the trade. We are hovering near our lows of the session, so that means 3.3% lower on the NASDAQ 100, 2.2% lower on the S&P 500, 1.2% lower on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Just rehashing those numbers because we haven't seen this kind of selling in some time. In fact, if you look at the NASDAQ 100, last time we saw we were down this much. This is, I guess, the most in terms of a decline since October of 2022. So not quite 2 full years, but getting close, about 1.5 or so.
The S&P only up 14% so far this year.
Only. And listen, markets go up, markets go down, right? And some say buying opportunity or not, or is it a reset? Like this but we're still kind of early-ish in earnings.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. Let's see what Neville Javari has to say. He's equity portfolio manager at Allspring Global Investments. They've got about $570 billion in assets under management. Usually he's hanging out just outside of Washington, D.C., but he's joining us here.
Nothing going on there.
In the don't go to Paris right now, and maybe, if you don't want to go see the Olympics, and maybe stay out of Washington if you want.
Different kind of game going on.
There certainly is. Neville, good to have you with us. What do you make of the way that Carol described the environment? Is it a buying opportunity now? At the same time, we are just at the start of earnings season, and boy, that Mag 7, the two stocks that reported yesterday, Alphabet and Tesla, certainly putting a different kind of tone in the market today.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Tim. Thanks for having me, Carol. I think what you're seeing is a little continuation of what started in the post-market last afternoon when both Tesla and Alphabet reported. I think there may have been a little bit of AI fatigue that's sort of playing out today. I think Alphabet's print and guide was pretty solid. Really good numbers, margins were good, they raised guidance. It was a solid print, there was a solid guide. I think the one thing that sort of concerned investors and led to the sell-off was the fact that they talked about that the investments that they were making thus far,
the CapEx spending
in AI, were not paying off, and that timeline is being pushed further to the right.
You think that's more of a concern than the miss on YouTube ad revenue? I think YouTube revenue.
I think Alphabet's doing what Alphabet has done historically, right? In search and ad, and then YouTube was weak, and then sort of the concern was the spending on the capex that was spent on AI, where you weren't having quite the return that both management and then investors looked at and said, maybe this is pushed out a little bit to the right, and then you're seeing that play out today with some of the other hyperscalers. You're seeing it in big cap tech, and you're seeing it sort of play through in the market this afternoon. So,
I mean, how are we supposed to, as investors? I mean, this is something I feel like you and I talk a lot about. We're so quarter to quarter focused. I feel like if you go back 6 months, 8 months, last year, if you weren't spending on AI, you were kind of smacked down because you might be behind the curve. So is it just a case of, what's the right balance between spending and payoff? Do we not get enough clarity about the spending that Google is doing when it's connected to AI and whether or not it's seeing that return on investment?
Yeah, I think if you look back or you listen back to some of the transcripts and the earnings calls going back a year, if you threw the word AI in there, it almost helped your stock price.
Yeah, you're right.
So I think now you've got.
So now that you've done it,
Long Island Iced Tea blockchain company. Remember that? 6 or 7 years ago.
You've gotten to a point where investors are starting to question, how much of this is necessary? How's it playing out? And really, what are the benefits? Can we absorb this in our business, use it, become more productive, become more efficient? And I think those questions are starting to bubble up a little bit more. And then what Alphabet said last afternoon sort of really set off a greater level of scrutiny in these investments around AI.
Okay, we love having you come on because you brought stocks. And just so everybody knows,
if you bring stocks, cookies, but no.
If you bring stocks, we love you. We like stocks more than socks, okay? UPS.
Yeah.
What a good day to talk about UPS because yesterday it closed down 12%.
Yeah.
Worst stock decline in 25 years.
You're still bullish, though.
Yeah. Oh, we like it. I think it was an overreaction. There's plenty of good stuff there. They're investing in network of the future. They've made significant investments in their Frankfurt hub that's going to tie Europe to Asia. They monetize the brokerage business. They're reinstituting a share buyback. And then, you know, a lot of this is digesting the costs from the labor union agreement that they signed last year. So some of that will be behind them in the coming year, and they're going to exit the year with 10+% margins on the domestic side. So there's plenty of good stuff out there. I think investors would just focus on the fact that expenses were higher than where they should be.
The packages it's shipping, though, are smaller and less profitable. Is that a worrisome, or is it just a...
Some of it, Carol, some of it just because what they said was there was a certain type of business owner that was moving from next day air to ground, and then there was a certain profile that was moving from ground to shore post. So yeah, that's going to play out. The contract that they signed with the USPS is going to be incrementally additive.
It's expensive.
It is, and it's going to come online at the back half of the year, and you're going to see those benefits.
Before we let you go, gosh, Carol, there's so many I want to choose from.
Where do you want to go?
I want to go to Hilton. I want to go to Hilton.
You choose.
Yeah, we could do Union Pacific. They report tomorrow, but let's do Hilton. It's up 19% so far this year. We don't hear from them until August. What's going on with Hilton?
Great franchise, asset-light model. They've been bringing on, they have the whole spectrum from sort of the consumer to business, low end to the luxury portfolio. Business travel has actually been a strong point for them. You have people going on business trips, staying overnight longer than they did. So instead of a 2-night visit, it's now maybe 3 or 4. We are traveling a lot.
We are traveling a lot more than we have in a while. Yeah. It's interesting.
So it's not just us.
So it doesn't matter if the revenge travel is over?
I don't think it's over.
You don't think it's over?
I still think it's playing out. The hybrid work week helps. People working 3 days remote and being able to travel, work from elsewhere.
I hear a lot of people on business trips taking like a significant other.
Really?
Not us.
Oh my God. Hold on. We can do that?
What do they call that when people like they take?
Yeah, but then you got to take your kids.
There's a word for it. Yeah. Then you got to take your kids.
Your kids, yeah. You got to take your kids.
Nice to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Neville, come back. Appreciate it.
All right, Neville Javari. He's equity portfolio manager at Allspring Global Investments. $570 billion in assets under management, joining us right here in our studio.
We got a lot going on right now.
Well, it's an interesting day, right? And we're looking at a day where we're seeing some selling into the close, which is something we think about, talk about a lot. And so you've got the S&P 500 pretty much at its lows of the session. So as I said, taking another leg down. So we're now down about 2.4% on the S&P 500. And if I take a look inside the index, you're seeing most of the names, 344 to the downside, 159 names, though, actually gaining some ground
that's
today.
What I was looking at.
Yeah, and then let's go to what we really, care about, like the momentum. The NASDAQ 100 down 3.7%. Again, another leg down here in the last few minutes of trading, so pretty much at its lows of the session.
But it's not just a rotation, Carol, because the Russell 2000 is still down 1.5%, even though there was a little bit of green early on in the trading session.
Yeah, no, right? It's
not like a rotation that we've seen in recent weeks.
No, and it'll be interesting. Listen, we know that this is a big one for earnings. About a third of the market cap of the S&P 500 is reporting this week. Some big names. Of course, we got Alphabet and Tesla, and that is certainly weighing on the trade. We've got more to come, and we'll see whether or not some of the concerns about AI and spending and whether or not it's paying off as we get into some of the other big mega cap names, whether or not that narrative or that concern continues.
Okay, no mega cap names coming this afternoon, but we are still waiting on Ford. It's going to report earnings right after the bell. We're going to bring you those numbers as soon as we get them. IBM, ServiceNow, Chipotle, and Wyndham also reporting after the close today.
Yeah, getting from different parts of the sector. I'm looking at the major industry groups in the S&P 500. There are 11, and you've got actually 4 gaining ground, although I'd say consumer staples is little change. But at the top is utilities, healthcare, energy. So a little bit more of a safer play, if you will, and maybe, no doubt about it, risk trade-off. Information technology and communication services. Those are your 2 worst major industry groups in the S&P 500 today. Communication services overall down almost about 3.8%, and infotech down about 4.1%.
Can't forget about Lamb Weston.
Oh,
They're the frozen
sounds like
potato
Tim's-
supplier. Frozen potato supplier.
It sounds like Tim is putting together his decliners.
Oh my goodness. Lamb Weston. Shares were down as much as 27% earlier in the day. Now they're down 28.3%.
It's earnings season.
Gotta
We've
eat
been
those
talking
fries.
politics. I always eat my fries. We got a Fed meeting next week. Anyway, we got a lot to talk about. We're going to wrap up the trading day. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues. Just about 2.5 minutes left in trading. Over to our TV fans and folks that we go. The closing bell starting right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
We're about 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Scarlett Fuish and Ollie Bassick here with you, and here to help us take you through the closing bell is a global simulcast, Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic. Welcome to our Bloomberg Radio and YouTube audiences, in addition to our Bloomberg Television audiences. Carol, down on the day. The Russell 2000 now joining the S&P and the NASDAQ and falling more than 2%. So at least in equities, it's hard to find a place to hide today.
Yeah, that's really fair. And I think it's been interesting just to watch the last few minutes of trading taking another leg down. So pretty much at our worst levels of the session. Having said that, you know, some of the safer plays like utilities, you are seeing some gains. You can see kind of the tone among investors and where they want to kind of hide in this market. But not, you know, we got a little bit of green out there.
Yeah, a little bit of green. And it was interesting because we saw the Russell or green earlier in the session. But like you said, Scarlett, it's not just a rotation like we saw, you know, in recent trading days where a sell-off in mega cap tech moves into smaller companies. No, everything across the indices is lower today. Certainly, Shanali, the two mega cap tech companies that we heard from yesterday, two of the seven magnificent seven, Tesla and Google, not necessarily sending a great signal or tone, at least at the start of this earnings season.
Listen, the reason the sell-off is painful is because you had a lot of investors hiding out in so few names, and you have to wonder with the sell-off that they're seeing like today, what does a dry powder look like to reinvest, to be a part of that rotation trade? You have to bet on that cash on the sidelines to get into it.
Or do you wait and see how this all shakes out before you commit new money to new positions, right? You hear the closing bells right now. We're about 9 seconds away from the end of the trading day, and we are looking like we're going to close at our session lows, Carol. The S&P 500 down about 2.3% on the day. The Dow Industrial is losing 1.25%. The NASDAQ, the worst of the bunch, losing more than 3.5%. Again, these are the biggest declines since late 2022. And the Russell 2000 not escaping either, also closing at its session lows off by 2.1%.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, a little bit of a leg down towards these last few minutes and just bouncing off of it. Having said that, Scarlett, if I look at the S&P 500, yep, most names are lower, folks, 337 to be exact, but we did see 166 names actually higher in the S&P 500 today. So not everything was completely down, but certainly the majority of the names.
The majority of the names are certainly down, but you look at the IMAP, which breaks down the S&P 500 into 11 main sectors, and the sectors that are higher, utilities, up by more than 1%, 1.2% gain. Of course, one of the smallest sectors in the index, right? Healthcare gaining 0.8%. These are the dividend payers, the reliable companies. Energy up by 0.2%. And staples basically unchanged, but tech is the big loser on the day, off by more than 4%.
All right, so let's get to some of the individual gainers. We just talked with Mattel CEO Ynon Kreiz. They had a banner day, certainly one for the bulls, up almost 10% in today's session, rallying on heavy volume. The company reported second quarter adjusted EPS that came in ahead of estimates. Analysts were positive on the results, highlighting the company's gross margin performance, which Morgan Stanley said had remained impressive. We know on Monday there was a report that Mattel had received a takeover approach from L. Catterton, the PE firm backed by LVMH. We pressed the CEO, said that they still believe the best shareholder value is going it alone. So anyway, Mattel a standout. Enphase Energy, folks, number one gainer in the S&P 500, up almost 13% in today's session. Maker, of course, of solar equipment, reported second quarter gross margin higher than estimates. Truist Securities said third quarter guidance, while below consensus estimates, should give investors some confidence. So Go figure. CoStar Group, also an outperformer, at its highs up 9% in today's session, finishing the day with a gain of just shy of 2%. It was among some of the top gainers in the S&P and NASDAQ 100, again on heavy volume. It's a real estate information and analytics company, services company, reported EPS above estimates and sales in line with estimates. Forecast for sales profit did miss estimates and analysts did lower price targets, but nonetheless, investors found some reasons to buy. And so you did see a couple of names certainly fundamentally driven or earnings driven in today's session.
Okay, people were buying those stocks, Carol. People were, well, I guess everyone's buying and selling all the time, but the selling pressure was on for these other ones. I want to start with Tesla. Shares falling more than 12% today, the biggest drop since September of 2020. This after the company reported another quarter of disappointing profit and postponed that highly anticipated unveiling of autonomous taxis. The volatile stock plunging the most in almost 6 months. Shares again dropping the most since September of 2020. And then also a huge decliner when it comes to weighing on the NASDAQ 100, the NASDAQ Composite, and the S&P 500 is the parent company of Google, that is Alphabet. Shares fell after the company spent more resources into its drive to outmatch rivals in AI, fueling spending higher than analysts expected. CapEx spending came in higher than analysts thought it would. They thought it would be at $12.2 billion. It came in at $13.2 billion. And then YouTube revenue also came in below what analysts had estimated. Google shares finishing the day down by more than 5%. Alphabet, I should say. NVIDIA shares fell after Elon Musk said on Tesla's earnings call yesterday that Tesla will, quote, double down on its Dojo supercomputer project because of high demand for those NVIDIA chips. Elon Musk said he's concerned about being able to get an adequate supply of NVIDIA chips and that Dojo can be competitive with NVIDIA. Shares in NVIDIA dropping more than 6% today. And finally, let's talk potatoes. Lamb Weston down more than 28%. Its biggest single-day decline on record. This after the company reported adjusted earnings per share and EBITDA for the fourth quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. Profit guidance for fiscal 2025 is also below consensus. You had a handful of analysts come out, including Vital Knowledge, who called the earnings report and guidance, quote, disastrous.
You know, Janelle made a really, really good point, which is how much of that is tied to Ozempic and people not wanting to eat French fries right now as they try to lose weight.
You always have to eat French fries. I'm just going to put it out there.
You know, if you're worried about the consumer, there was another place that there was a haven bid today, guys, and that was the bond market. Let's take a look at yields and how they've performed, because the 2-year really saw a significant decline. That was off the heels this morning, of course. Bill Dudley, formerly of the New York Fed here, speaking about the idea of a rate cut needed as early as next week at next week's FOMC meeting, driving yields much lower in the short end of the curve. You did not see the same at the long end. You saw yields higher as you went along. 5-year, 10-year, 5-year was flat, but 10-year was 3 basis points higher, 20-year 5 basis points. That bear steepener in full effect.
All right, folks, we do have some earnings crossing. Just got one headline so far in terms of Ford. Ford's second quarter adjusted EPS coming in at 47 cents a share. That looks like it is 20 cents light. We know Ford, very interesting as we see, you know, General Motors, you know, some concerns about the EV space. We did see GM boosting its profit outlook for the year, so we're waiting for some outlook from Ford Motor. And we're looking at Ford right now down about 2% here in the aftermarket. Yeah, we're going to be joined by Steve Mann from Bloomberg Intelligence in just a few minutes on our program going through these results. Still only have one headline. Second quarter adjusted earnings per share coming in 20 cents below estimates, 47 cents versus estimates of 67 cents. Not seeing the stock move too much in the after hours. I guess I spoke too soon because now it's down 2.3%. But Carol mentioned the context of what we heard from GM yesterday. So certainly looking out for investments in the traditional auto business, the ICE business, versus what's going on when it comes to progress in EVs.
Okay, we also have a headline here on its outlook. Ford still sees full year adjusted EBIT of $10 billion to $12 billion. Analysts were looking for $11.23 billion. So the midpoint of that range is slightly below what analysts were anticipating. But the press release makes it clear that Ford is on track for 2024 profitability. It also raises its cash flow outlook. I don't have the details on the cash flow outlook, but it goes back to that idea of what you were saying, Tim, about the ICE business doing much better than the EV side.
Listen, you're bringing in $47.8 billion of second quarter revenue, Ford is saying here as well. Yeah. And remember, adjusted revenue is supposed to be about $44 billion. The EPS was a significant miss, though, as we were saying, 20 cents. And just take a look at that stock dropping down more than 6% after hours. So really feeling that earnings miss in particular. We will be speaking to Ford a little bit later in this show as well to talk a little bit more about these transitions.
You mentioned the free cash flow. So as you said, expectations for full year 2024 adjusted EBIT unchanged at 10 to 12 billion. Adjusted free cash flow outlook raised $1 billion to between $7.5 billion and $8.5 billion. So just looking at the press release as it is crossing.
Okay, so two different segments, Ford Blue and Ford Model E. Ford Blue revenue, the traditional business, coming in above estimates at $26.7 billion for the second quarter versus estimates of $25.63 billion. Ford Model E revenue, that's the new electric business, coming in at $1.1 billion. That was below estimates of $1.31 billion.
Okay.
Ford shares down 7.5% right now. More than 7.5%.
Let's also give you the outlook for Ford Pro, which is its business that covers commercial fleet vehicles as well as services. For the full year, Ford Pro EBIT of $9 billion to $10 billion is the forecast. It had seen previously $8 billion to $9 billion, so that is an increase in its guidance for the Ford Pro business, which of course is less significant than the Ford Blue business, which has done well.
All right, quick headline, guys. IBM crossing second quarter revenue that is $15.77 billion versus an estimate of $15.61 billion. So just a little bit to the upside, and you've got just a quick reaction in IBM shares in the aftermarket, up 2.1%. All right, guys, we're going to continue to watch more earnings to come. That is a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube. We call it the closing bell. We'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week, and the earnings coming fast and furious. Ford shares down 8.5% in the aftermarket. This after the company missed on the bottom line by a whopping 20 cents per share. It looked like the company wanted to see 67 cents, analysts wanted to see 67 cents per share. Adjusted EPS coming in at 47 cents per share. Some other headlines include the second quarter Ford Model E revenue coming in below estimates at $1.1 billion, but second quarter Ford Blue revenue, the traditional business, coming in above estimates at $26.7 billion.
I just want to say on the press release, looking at it, Ford Vice Chair and CFO John Lawler saying that we still have lots of work ahead of us to raise quality and reduce costs and complexity, but the team is committed and we're heading in the right direction. So looking at some different things.
Stock not headed in the right direction right now. Again, just in the last few minutes and then before the call has started. So
let's make sense of it because that's a pretty big drop. Steve Mann is Bloomberg Intelligence Global Autos and Industrials Research Analyst joining us from Princeton, New Jersey. All right, Steve, make sense of what we're getting from Ford.
Yeah, it's a big miss. I think we were expecting it to actually beat consensus estimate.
You're talking about EPS? EPS specifically?
EPS specifically on the Ford Pro business. It seems like the EV business is much worse than we thought. You know, they were talking about cutting costs and they were pretty, upbeat about cutting costs on the EV business, but apparently not. We were expecting Ford Pro to really accelerate and offset some of the losses in the EV business. Remember, Ford announced that sales are selling or Ford Pro business trucks are selling like hotcakes, and that's why they were actually planning to open a new truck plant in Ontario, Canada.
Why are you so focused, just out of curiosity, and share with us why you're so focused on the Ford Pro business versus Ford Blue or Ford Model E?
Yeah, I think for Model E, I think we already know that Model E is going to continue to lose money. They've done a lot of work to cut costs to kind of offset some of the price cuts that's happening. We already knew that the Blue business, it's doing fine. It is going to face some headwinds in the second half. You saw that with GM's earnings release. But Ford Pro was really the darling of their business. It's in terms of unit sales, is 1/3 of their business.
Okay.
EBIT margins is 17% in the first quarter versus their commercial gasoline business of single digits. So So it's a significant profit generator.
So what exactly is Ford Pro? For someone who's listening and saying, I don't know what the hell, or what the heck, sorry. Sorry, what the heck is Ford Pro? What is it?
Ford Pro. So basically, there's staple. They're a lot, they make a lot of money on their F-150 trucks.
Okay.
So the F-150, there's other variants. It's F-1 250, F-1 350. They're more heavy duty, they're stronger, they have more towing capacity, and most of those sales are to commercial owners, the business owners.
Does it give us an idea? Is it a good barometer? Is it a nice metric for how the economy is doing? I mean, if a company is adding to its fleet, that's a good sign for. If a company's adding to its fleet, that's a good sign for the economy.
It is a good sign, and I think part of the reason why Ford Pro business has been doing so well is, first of all, during the COVID era, a lot of the business owners actually delayed purchases. And at the same time, last year, Ford actually introduced a new redesigned Super Duty truck that actually resonated with consumers. So a combination of those have led to high sales in their Ford Pro business.
How are you thinking about Ford in comparison to General Motors?
Yeah, I think they're basically, they're gonna face the same issues across the Detroit 3, including Stellantis, which makes Dodge Ram and Jeep. They're actually the consumer business is facing a high growing inventory, increased discounting. Prices on an average car today is about $50,000, really expensive. So with high interest rate, I think the consumer are actually probably thinking of taking a pause in buying a new vehicle. So they're gonna face some headwinds in the second half.
Hey, finish up with the Ford Model E business, because a couple of years ago, this was the most exciting part for investors about the company. But we've seen such a reset when it comes to EVs here in the U.S. How should investors think about the Model E business?
The Model E business, I think they need to be in the market. They need to be present in the market for EVs. I personally, I think EVs are here to stay. We can debate, what the penetration rate is going to be. But for the Model E, the disadvantage, if you can call it that Ford has, is that the Model E and their F-150 Lightning EV truck is actually based off of the gasoline vehicle. So the cost of manufacturing those two vehicles is much higher than if they were to redesign the whole thing for purely an EV purpose vehicle.
So I do wonder, on the call with Ford, top of mind, what's your number one question that has to be asked on this call?
A couple of questions. How can we get more from Ford Pro? When are they able? I think it seems like Ford Pro, they may be running into a capacity constraint issue. It seems like, how quickly can they ramp up a new plant in Ontario? Can they pull that forward? The second is, what do they still need to do to actually cut costs on the EV business?
All right. Well, we're going to leave it on that note. Ford shares, as we said, down about 9.5% here in the aftermarket, falling as much as about 10% in the aftermarket after second quarter adjusted EPS missing estimates. Our thanks to Steve Mann. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Global Autos and Industrials Research Analyst. So we'll look forward to his research on the terminal a little bit later on. Having said that, we've got kind of a slew of earnings we want to get to that have crossed the Bloomberg. Should we start with Chipotle?
Yeah, I'm hungry. Let's do shares at Chipotle. They're extending their post-market gain to 11%. The company's second quarter comp sales beat estimates. We also saw second quarter revenue come in at $3 billion, beating estimates of $2.94 billion. The company still sees fiscal year new restaurants 285 to 315. Estimate was for 306.15. I don't know how you have, 15 basis points of a restaurant. But,
I don't know how you do it. All I can say is stock is surging in the aftermarket. It's up about 11% here. This is the stock's up about 13% heading into it. That's year to date 2024. But nonetheless, you're seeing a pop in the aftermarket. As I said, the stock up about 11.5% here. We're talking about shares at Chipotle, beating market expectations, robust diner traffic. In particular, speedy service helping to keep that diner traffic high, right? Comp sales, key measure of restaurant momentum, up 11% above the average estimate of analysts compiled by Bloomberg, and earnings per share also outpacing expectations.
I'm looking through the press release. An additional $400 million in authorized share repurchases were approved by the board on June 5th, 2024. The repurchase authorization may be modified, suspended, or discontinued at any time, but that's probably helping move shares higher as well, Carol.
Doesn't hurt. IBM also popping here in the aftermarket. It's up about 4%. It also reported earnings. Some of the key headlines, second quarter revenue, it was a slight beat, $15.77 billion. Estimate on the street was $15.61 billion, saying generative AI book rose to over $2 billion since the Watson X launch. So we talk about AI. There were concerns in terms of Alphabet, the spending. Are they getting the return on investment? You're getting it from IBM reporting that boost in AI bookings.
We're seeing shares of Whirlpool down, well, now unchanged. They were down earlier in the session, but now they're unchanged. The company did come out and lower its full-year earnings forecast. Customers continue to shy away from big-ticket appliance purchases amid a weakening housing market. We're going to be joined by Mark Bitzer, the chairman, president, and CEO of Whirlpool, just after releasing these results in just a couple of minutes.
Yep, talking about the outlook, so we'll get into it in just a moment. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word from Bank of America that it has authorized a $25 billion stock buyback. Bank of America also boosting its dividend 8% to 26 cents a share right now. After an initial move higher of roughly 1.8%, we are looking at Bank of America shares after ours, actually now trading lower, down by about 0.5%. IBM, meanwhile, reported a jump in bookings for its artificial intelligence business as customers work to implement the latest technology. Bookings for AI consulting and software have exceeded $2 billion since mid-2023. After ours, IBM up now by 4.2%. Double the $1 billion book of business that IBM disclosed during its last quarterly earnings report in April. A brutal day for the bulls today, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ ending very much in the red. Stocks tumbled as AI jitters rattled Wall Street after earnings yesterday from both Tesla and Alphabet. Tesla today was down 12.3%. Alphabet today down by 5%. S&P fell 128 points, a drop of 2.3%. The Dow down 504, down 1.3%. NASDAQ down 654, a decline of 3.6%. 10-year yield 4.27%. The 2-year 4.42%. Spot gold down $10 the ounce, $23.98 the ounce, down 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%, $77.46 for a barrel of WTI. Key takeaway: it was the worst sell-off for the S&P since December of 2022. The Dow ending the session below 40,000. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. A couple more pieces of news. We're seeing Amazon shares in the after hours higher by 0.6%. The NBA says it entered into a long-term arrangement with Amazon, and also that Warner Brothers Discovery did not match the terms of the Amazon offer.
It's been going back and forth a little bit. I'm just looking at shares of Amazon in the aftermarket. Not necessarily a cause and effect, but it is up about 0.2% here. So keeping an eye on that. Also keeping an eye, excuse me, on a lot of the earnings that reported after the closing bell. Looking at shares of Whirlpool, they're up about 0.75% here in the aftermarket. This company also reporting earnings just moments ago. Of course, the owner of Maytag, very other brands too, but lowered its full-year earnings forecast as consumers continue to shy away from some of those big-ticket appliance purchases amid a weakening housing market, something we've talked about a lot here at Bloomberg. Adjusted earnings per share will be about $12 this year, the company said, down from the $13 to $15 it had previously seen. Meantime, analysts were looking for about $12.56 a share, according to our average of projections compiled here at Bloomberg. Company, though, keeping its full-year revenue estimate the same, Tim, at $16.9 billion.
Let's get to the chairman, president, and CEO of Whirlpool, Mark Bitzer. He joins us from Michigan. Mark, good to have you with us. Appreciate you joining us just after these numbers cross the wire. Tell us about the quarter and specifically why you cut the earnings forecast.
Yeah, Tim and Carol, first of all, thanks for having me on the show again. Overall, I mean, before we talk about the earnings forecast, we actually feel good about our Q2. We said also after the Q1 call, this year is all going to be about margin expansion with every quarter, and Q2 was a sizable sequential margin improvement, full point on a global level, led by our all-important North America business, which ultimately relied also on getting better promotion pricing. So we feel good about the progress we made. Yet at the same time, we also, knowing the weakness of a housing market, which is still emphasis on still just there, we don't see the housing market recovering as fast as we originally assumed, probably like everybody else when we entered the year. So we're still forecasting for Q3 and Q4 further margin expansion and improvement. So we feel good about the progression. It's just not happening at the pace which we had originally in mind, and the market is not recovering at the pace which we already had in mind. But that's, in my view, only a question of when it happens, not if it happens. It will happen, but it's just later than we originally assumed.
So, I always feel like when we talk with you, Mark, we think about like the pre-pandemic world, the pandemic world, and like our recovery. In terms of some of the numbers, the consumer trends, the buying patterns, is it below what we saw pre-pandemic?
Carol, you have two almost offsetting trends. One is the replacement market, which is very strong, also from a volume side. And that is ultimately tied to increased appliance usage following COVID and just all of the in-home trends and people just spending more time in home. So the replacement side is very strong. The unfortunate side from a business perspective, that typically doesn't come with a rich mix because it's not a discretionary purchase. The discretionary side, that is all tied towards housing, existing home sales, and new home sales. And that's the part which is way softer than anybody assumed at this point. And frankly, also with the numbers which came out yesterday on existing home sales, we're basically back to 2008 levels. I mean, it's kind of multi-decade low. And of course, that is the part of the business which tends to come with a richer mix for us, and that's the soft part. So you have two offsetting trends, which kind of overlay. I mean, we would, of course, going forward, we love to see the replacement trend, but at one point you will see the recovery of discretionary side.
We've talked with you about this replacement versus, discretionary. What's the bigger part of your business? Is it people replacing items or saying, hey, I feel like doing this, discretionary?
Right now, the replacement side is well over 60%. And to put that in historic context, I mean, you typically had it for multi-decades on around 50 or even below 50%. That doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it actually makes a big difference in how the mix comes through for your overall business. So again, that's we like the volume, but it's not a very rich mix.
The biggest part of your market, or the biggest part of your business in terms of segments, refrigeration, laundry, cooking, a close third. Where do you see the most growth?
Again, it's right now overall, it's split on the categories. It's largely in replacement. So laundry is still very strong. Refrigeration in the kitchen is still a little bit softer because that typically comes with a replacement or remodel of an entire kitchen. But it's more of a high end, the entire kitchen suite, like KitchenAid suite or Jenner suite, which is right now softer than we would expect in a normal cycle.
All right, so we'd be remiss by not addressing the elephant in the kitchen, or if you will. Last month, Whirlpool shares, jumped. Reuters had reported that Robert Bosch was considering a bid for the company, that they've been pushing, that company's been pushing kind of outside its business. Did it make a bid for the company? What can you tell us about that?
Unfortunately, I can't tell you a whole lot more than we stated already, is that we just don't, as a policy, we don't comment on rumors or market speculation. As you know, it's been one article out there which triggered a lot of noise. And, we also in the past, there were rumors about Whirlpool in the past, and there will be rumors about Whirlpool going forward. We just don't speculate on and comment on these ones. So unfortunately, I know you were poking on this one, but I can't tell you a whole lot more.
I have to poke a little bit more, though. Is it a rumor? I mean, is the company for sale at this point? And is that something that maybe you've been getting some pressure from investors?
No, so again, it is a rumor, and we can't comment, and we won't comment on this specific rumor. But we're a public listed company, Carol. So
I know.
By definition, there's in a certain way, our company is for sale every morning at 9:30 when the stock market opens. And right now, it's a good deal. So,
but there's sales and then there's sales. You know how this goes.
You're joking about saying it's a good deal, but what, in your opinion, do you think investors are missing about the Whirlpool story right now? Down 19% so far this year.
Yeah, Tim, I shouldn't be arrogant about the investor. The market is always right. So what I think the argument for Whirlpool to be made is, yes, of course, we're still in a negative macro cycle, but that will turn at one point, and i.e. the U.S. housing market, and that will not be just a short recovery. That will be probably a multi-year recovery of the housing market. There's literally not a single company better positioned to benefit from the upside. We're a key supplier of 8 out of the top 10 U.S. builders. We're very strong with our portfolio in all the homes. So once that market recovers, I think we will be a disproportionate beneficiary from a market. And, it's by definition, the market is always right, but I would say that's the argument, particularly for the long-term investor.
Hey, Mark, we also have to go.
Wait.
Go ahead.
On that, though, if the market's always right, your stock rallied in a big way in June on this Reuters report that Bosch was considering.
She's still poking. She's poking.
So if the market's always right that they were excited about a deal, does it make sense to, I don't know,
Yeah, I appreciate your relentlessness in looking, but I can't and won't tell you a whole lot more. Listen, there's always speculation element which you might get in the stock, and as you know, there's short trades and people who are kind of not long-term investors. Right now, again, it's we had also these speculation rumors in the past, and again, I expect them also in the future, and that's just the nature of a public listed company. But again, there's no, you won't get a whole lot more from me on these rumors.
Okay, Mark, we'll end on something really easy for you to answer. U.S. politics. I know. Please come back after all these questions. We love you.
Please.
So, look, no question, front and center in a lot of investors' minds and a lot of voters' minds. But just very briefly, does it matter to you? You have a really complicated supply chain. You do some importing. Does it matter to you who's in the White House?
You know, Tim, obviously, as you can tell from my accent, I should be careful about giving advice on U.S. politics. But I firmly believe, as a company, we encourage our employees to form a political opinion, and they should vote. Wow. But I'm not going to endorse any candidate, left or right. But we strongly encourage our people to form their opinion, get informed, and vote. Period. Now, of course, with our strong U.S. exposure also from a manufacturing side, we're not only the last American appliance company, but we have by a long shot the most jobs in the U.S. on appliance manufacturing. Of course, we have a strong vested interest in having a competitive and fair level playing field as a U.S. producer. So topics like steel prices, etc., they matter for us.
Right.
And we're not asking for subsidy or disproportionate help. No, we just want to be fair, and we want to be, we don't want to have our arm tied with one arm tied behind our back as we fight. We're ready to fight, but it needs to be fair and level. And that's, of course, yes, that is a strong vested interest which we have.
Well, you're always fair with us, and always we appreciate your time. Mark Bitzer, be well. So appreciate it. Chairman, President, and CEO of Whirlpool, Mark Bitzer, joining us from Michigan. Shares of Whirlpool, they've been kicking around a little bit higher, a little bit lower in the aftermarket.
Hey, Amy Morris is standing by in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom for World and National News. Hey, Amy.
Hello, Tim. In a fiery speech to Congress that lasted about an hour, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu sought support from the U.S. in its war against Hamas.
For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together.
Netanyahu vowing to press on with the war in Gaza until total victory, and he shared his vision for what he calls a new Gaza.
Those twin words, demilitarization and de-radicalization, those two concepts were applied to Germany and Japan after World War II, and that led to decades of peace, prosperity, and security.
More than 50 Democratic lawmakers boycotted his appearance. Thousands of protesters amassed around the Capitol to condemn the war in Gaza and the humanitarian crisis it created. President Biden plans to address the nation in a prime-time address tonight from the Oval Office, his first on-camera appearance since he dropped out of the race on Sunday. FBI Director Christopher Wray testifying before Congress today following the attempted assassination of former President Trump, telling the committee that they discovered a piece of search history on the laptop belonging to the shooter.
Analysis of a laptop that the investigation ties to the shooter reveals that on July 6th, he did a Google search for, quote, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy?
FBI Director Christopher Wray. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. IBM shares, they're higher after hours. It did report a jump in bookings for its artificial intelligence business as customers work to implement the latest technology. After hours, we do have IBM shares advancing now by 2.3%. Turned out to be a down day. That, perhaps putting it mildly, Wall Street got a big reality check after a disappointing start of mega cap earnings season. That fueled concern that the artificial intelligence frenzy that has powered the bull market might be overblown. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all finished in the red today, very much so, with the S&P now at 5427, down 128 points, a drop of 2.3%. The Dow down 504, down 1.2%. NASDAQ down 654 points, a decline of 3.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index also down 3.6%. 10-year yield 4.28%, with a 2-year yielding 4.42%. Gold down $11 the ounce to $23.97, drop there of 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%, $77.45 a barrel. Bottom line, stocks lower across the board, with the Dow now back below 40,000, 39,853. So what happened today? Neville Javeri is equity portfolio manager at Allspring Global Investments, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
I think there may have been a little bit of AI fatigue that's sort of playing out. I think Alphabet's print and guide was pretty solid. Really good numbers, margins were good, they raised guidance. It was a solid print, there was a solid guide.
Neville Javeri of Allspring, interviewed here on Bloomberg Business Week. He was talking about Alphabet, down 5% today. Tesla, after last night's report, Tesla plunged 12.3%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 128, down 2.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Well, the odds of pregnancy start to rapidly decline in a woman's mid-30s, so perhaps it's not surprising that more women are choosing to freeze their eggs in an attempt to be proactive about their fertility. It's big business, and it means that fertility treatment isn't just something for people with a condition, it's also something for healthy young women.
In 2021, the CDC counted more than 36,000 fertility preservation cycles compared to around 14,000 in 2016. That's the first year it collected freezing data. IVF, too, on the rise in 2021, the most recent year for which Centers for Disease Control and Prevention data is available. Procedures rose more than 26% compared to the previous year to more than 413,000.
Like we said, it's big business. Bloomberg News healthcare reporter Kristen V. Brown has spent the last 2 years digging into the business of the fertility industry for her new podcast series, Misconception, which you can listen to on Bloomberg.com, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts. Here's how Misconception begins.
It would be weird to find out it wasn't possible. I think that would mess with me a lot. Anyways, time to get in the chair. This is me a year and a half ago, sitting with a cloth draped over my lap in a bright yellow exam chair. I'm getting my fertility tested. So, she just drew my blood. I'm feeling pretty nervous. As a health reporter, I'd spent the last 6 months digging into the fertility industry. So I knew that at 36, it was entirely possible that I was here too late, that it was no longer possible for me to have kids.
That's Kristen V. Brown. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Kristen, welcome. First of all, congratulations on the podcast.
Thank you.
The podcast is unique in many ways, but one is that it follows your own personal egg freezing journey. I think to a lot of people, this would be something deeply personal that they would not share with anyone beyond their closest friends and family, let alone put it into a podcast.
Yeah.
Take us through your thinking here.
Yeah, I mean, so I actually first started thinking about this because I was just, in my mid-30s and getting bombarded by these ads on Instagram that were telling me I should start thinking about freezing my eggs. I'd just gone through a breakup. Then the pandemic started maybe 2 months later, and I went down this rabbit hole. Do I really need to freeze my eggs? Is this something companies are just trying to sell me? Other myths out there, like your fertility drops off a cliff at 35, which, ladies, sort of true, not quite true, kind of depends, as so many things in health and science. And so I started looking into it for myself. And as I started doing that, I just realized how convoluted and complicated it is and how hard it is to just get good information about whether you should be doing this, when you should do it, how you should do it, where you should do it. And, I thought that would maybe help inform people. There were some moments, when I was sticking a microphone in the face of my doctor while she was examining me, that I was sort of like, I don't know that this was the best idea, but.
And yet, what did you find out? And give us some size and scope of the business, because I feel like we talk about it, we know it's there, but I don't know that people really understand how big, how much, what's going on.
So, fertility in the U.S. right now, $40 billion business. It's supposed to triple in the next decade or so. So there's a lot of this happening. And, that's a couple of reasons. One is that people are having kids later in life. Your fertility does start to decline as you age as a woman. And so it gets harder. So you may have to try something like IVF. The other thing, though, is that younger and younger women like, me, are being targeted to freeze their eggs because they're being told you might one day lose your fertility. And it's, I think it's a little different if you're where I was, in my mid-30s, unpartnered, and knowing it was very possible for my fertility to decline in the next couple of years versus what I'm seeing now is women in their early 20s being targeted when they, definitely have plenty of time.
Why don't you
to
do it
figure
just
out.
in case kind of thing, it feels like.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy when you think that the just in case means like spending like $10,000-$20,000, also undergoing a very unpleasant invasive medical procedure. I feel like just in case means like, something different to me.
And what does it cost?
So the average is about $10,000
To freeze eggs.
To freeze eggs.
One time around?
One time around. And
But that doesn't include storage, right?
that doesn't include storage, which, for me is about $1,000 a year. And if you did that in your early 20s, add that up, that's a lot of thousands of dollars. And often people will need more than one round to get to the ideal 20 egg number, which they say gives you best chance.
How do you know if you're going to do it that it's a company you can trust, that you trust that they're going to be your eggs that get frozen and that are going to be in a safe environment?
Yeah, that's really tough. So the only thing there is really to go on is clinics have to report success rates to the CDC. So you can look at those, but that's only for IVF, right? So you can't really tell their egg freezing track record, although you might think that there's some correlation, but it can be hard. And we have seen a lot of mistakes in recent years with, huge freezer failures, things like that. And there really is no process for tracking those mistakes or really, outside of lawsuits for holding clinics accountable.
Kristen, this is Bloomberg. We follow the money, and that's really what you did in this podcast series. Private equity plays in this space. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, as we've seen in lots of areas of medicine, private equity has been coming into the fertility space. We have been seeing clinics merge with other clinics to just develop these huge chains. I froze my own embryos at NYU, which I later learned actually, has some private equity investment, which is...
Who would have known, NYU?
Yeah, which is really unique for an academic institution. And there are some people who feel like, as often is the case when private equity comes in, that, even though there may be more efficiency, we haven't really seen the drops in prices you would expect, and we see patients being pushed to, do more extreme treatments than they need, upsold to do treatment add-ons that they don't need. And so there's a concern among some critics that private equity is making it so that patients who already don't have a lot of protections are being taken advantage of even more.
Sounds like it's a primer for anybody who's thinking about it, just to find out more information. Fascinating. Kristen, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Kristen B. Brown, she's healthcare reporter at Bloomberg News here in our studio. You can listen to the Misconception podcast on Bloomberg.com or Apple Podcasts.
Big thank you. I know it's been years in the making for Kristen Brown, so I've been looking forward to this podcast coming out, and it's finally out. This is Bloomberg.
Company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. IBM reported a jump in bookings for its artificial intelligence business as customers work to implement the latest technology. IBM said bookings for AI consulting and software have exceeded $2 billion since mid-2023. That is double the billion-dollar book of business that IBM disclosed during its last quarterly report in April. IBM after hours up now by 2.9%. A day after reporting earnings, Mattel shares rallied on a down day for the rest of the market today. Mattel was up by 9.8%. CEO Ynon Kreiz was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week. He talked about a number of topics, including the quarter and the outlook for the toy maker.
We have a very strong supply chain, a very versatile business model, and we are designed to be able to respond to changes in the market, in supply chain, or consumer taste for that matter. And this is something that we've done a really good job at over the last few years to create a flexible and responsive organization that can adjust and operate in different types of environments.
Mattel CEO Ynon Kreiz interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Mattel shares again today rallied 9.8%. After the close of trading, we got word that Bank of America's board has authorized a $25 billion stock buyback program effective August 1st to replace the current program. B of A also raising its quarterly dividend to 26 cents a share. That is an increase of 2 cents from the prior quarter. Tesla, after earnings, plunged 12% 12.3% today, part of a broader tech sell-off. Alphabet after earnings down 5%. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pelletin. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, getting ready to wrap up on the Wednesday edition of Bloomberg Business Week. Do not go anywhere because in the house is Doug Christner getting ready for a few hours, Daybreak Asia, the opening of the Asian markets, on a day where we saw some significant selling here in the U.S. market.
We did, particularly around the AI trade. And one of the things that we're going to also unpack is the effects of the typhoon.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I woke up today again, or maybe it was when I went to bed last night and saw that the stock market was closed for another day in Taiwan.
Right. But what I'm learning is that TSMC, the big chip foundry there, was trying to keep production on track. I'm going to be curious to see whether they were able to maintain current production levels. But already we're getting a figure of around $25 billion in damage.
Wow.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's one factor.
So that's devastating winds, 4 to 8 inches of rain.
Yeah, so it's the equivalent to like a
Category 3?
4.
Oh, 4.
Cat 4 hurricane.
Okay.
So it's pretty outrageous.
That is outrageous. Is this typical seasonally, or is this?
Yeah,
is there a
we're
historical
in the season, but
context for this?
it's the intensity, the enormity, I think, of the punch that you get, which is probably with the climate change issue going to be more frequent. And
Just what they say, right? We're going to have these storms, but it's not just having more frequency; it's the intensity of them, right?
Right.
And maybe the duration. It's interesting that you mentioned AI. IBM actually up almost 3% in the aftermarket, and it actually talked. How many times can I say actually? They reported a boost in their AI bookings, and they had better than expected revenue. So I feel like, I'm not saying IBM and Alphabet are the same things, but there's been concerns coming off of Alphabet earnings, right, about the amount of money they're putting in AI, whether or not they're essentially, I guess, getting their return on investment. IBM comes out and they say, wait, we're finding more business in this area. So I don't know.
This is a question, I think, for one of our analysts in Bloomberg Intelligence. I'm not going to go out on a limb. I think they're two totally different businesses. The services business that IBM has, as opposed to, the cloud-based stuff that Alphabet has been doing. And I think Alphabet probably is a little bit more consumer-facing than, let's say, a company like IBM. But at the end of the day, and this is the million-dollar question or multi-billion-dollar question for the entire industry, what type of return on investment are you going to see at the end of the day? Has it been worthwhile?
That's why Google shares were lower today because of the capex.
Right.
It's like $1 billion more than
and Sundar Pichai, who is the CEO, was saying yesterday on the call, just be patient, be patient.
Well,
How much patience can you have, though?
But what are we in? Just maybe a year in this cycle of AI frenzy, where if you go back a year, we were talking with one of our market guests that if you didn't say AI on the call, you got maybe smacked down in the aftermarket because you didn't have a strategy. So here you have what many would say are going to be already the big players in AI continuing to invest. I'm not being pro-AI, but, companies have to invest in things to build them out, be ready for when the demand is there. I guess the question is, ultimately, will that demand be there longer term, right?
Before we go to air tonight, we're going to hear from the president, though. He's going to be speaking from the Oval Office, kind of outlining his rationale for leaving the campaign, handing it off to Kamala Harris, so we'll have special coverage of that, too. This has been, pretty dramatic pivot in the last couple of days, right? Yeah. And when you look at the traction that Kamala Harris is now gaining, the fundraising, the enthusiasm, the number of delegates that have already signed on, I can only imagine that next month's Democratic convention is just going to be, a firecracker, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, no question. They talk a lot about the importance of the youth vote. Yeah. And I wonder to what extent she has energized to get young people to turn out, because if you can get young people to turn out, then you've got a big demographic in your favor.
So I would expect that he will probably introduce her next month. So this is not the last time that we're going to hear from him on this particular issue. Although the other thing that we're probably going to hear from him is how he sees the final 6 months of his term and the things that he would like to still, try to accomplish. I don't know that it's feasible.
Yeah, I don't know either.
He's got a goal.
Is Doug Bratt?
Are you Brad?
No, I don't even know what that means.
You know what, Doug? Neither do I. So you're in good company.
It's like this cool thing. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, there was a column. We have 10 seconds.
Living a little dangerous, perhaps. Yeah. Messing some things up.
Yeah.
Brad.
It's what the kids were saying, apparently.
Kamala apparently is Brad, right? A little bit. I don't know, we got to go.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu delivers a fiery address to Congress, an occasion marked by lawmaker absences, protests, and a vow from Netanyahu to press on with the war against Hamas, all ahead of a meeting with President Biden at the White House tomorrow. But Biden first gives an address of his own tonight, set to speak to the nation from the Oval Office in prime time about his decision to leave the presidential race. We'll discuss both speeches with Democratic Congressman Dan Kildee of Michigan. Also joining us this hour, Anthony Scaramucci of Skybridge Capital, the former Trump White House communications director, on why he's supporting Kamala Harris, how crypto policy is factoring into this election, and more. But we begin this evening with the big event on Capitol Hill earlier today. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressing a joint session of Congress with some lawmakers not in attendance due to discontent over Israel's handling of the war in Gaza. In his speech, Netanyahu stressed the importance of unity between Israel and the U.S.
We meet today at a crossroads of history. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose. My friends, I came to assure you today of one thing. We will win.
Joining me now for more is Bloomberg's Courtney McBride. So, Courtney, frankly, in this speech, Netanyahu didn't really strike the tone of someone who's looking for a ceasefire agreement, talked about finishing the fight in many instances. And yet a U.S. official just told reporters, including us at Bloomberg, that they think the Hamas-Israel ceasefire is in the closing stages. So where exactly are we?
That was the message from a senior administration official just minutes ago, and the official wouldn't engage on questions about Netanyahu's speech specifically. But the message that we've been hearing repeatedly from the Biden administration is that they're very close to a deal on a temporary turning to a permanent ceasefire and the release of the remaining hostages, and that there are small but bridgeable gaps that need to be addressed.
Well, and when we consider what needs to be addressed, obviously many lawmakers decided not to attend the speech today because they want to see a ceasefire in place. They're unhappy with the conduct of the Netanyahu government when it comes to Gaza. Is he likely to have allayed any of the fears that are present in the Democratic Party about that conduct? Because I've seen a lot of criticism, including from the likes of Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, who was not in the chamber for this today.
Many Democrats certainly skipped attending the joint meeting of Congress and Netanyahu's speech. I don't know that his remarks really changed anyone's position on the prosecution of the war against Hamas or on the prospects for a deal. But the administration here is adamant that things are happening and that over the next week or so, with a series of high-level in-person meetings, that a deal may be coming in short order.
Well, of course, that in-person meeting happening tomorrow between Biden and Netanyahu, then a separate meeting, we understand, with Harris and Netanyahu, and then Netanyahu will be flying down to Florida to meet with former President Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago on Friday. So how does the rhetoric we heard today on Capitol Hill translate as we look ahead to those meetings tomorrow?
There has been a lot of discussion of the possibility that some of Netanyahu's public rhetoric has been for more domestic consumption, and doesn't necessarily have much bearing on his willingness to agree to a ceasefire that would help to release the hostages. Tomorrow, he will meet with President Biden, and that is expected to happen around 1 p.m., followed later, as you said, with a separate meeting with Vice President Harris. We were told by the senior administration official today that both the president and the vice president are going to be delivering the same type of message to Netanyahu, that they're going to go over a number of issues, certainly the prospects for a deal, but also continuing U.S. support for Israel in its fight against not only Hamas but other threats such as Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis.
All right, Bloomberg's Courtney McBride, thank you so much. In the meantime, Kamala Harris, the newly minted presumptive Democratic nominee, attended a campaign event today for the Zeta Phi Beta sorority in Indiana, where she had this to say about the election's potential outcome in November.
Well, let me tell you something. When I am president of the United States, and when Congress passes a law to restore those freedoms, I will sign it into law.